Hello. Oh, I need to fix this. Does not look great. All right. Hello, folks. There we go. It's a bit better. Hello. Hi. Hello, guys. Hello. Hi. Hello. Yes. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. So much to talk about. So much to talk about. And we got Paparevolt here. You can see here's Paparevolt. Look, I'm trying to do like the Vanna White thing. Look, it looks like my hand's underneath your chin.
Actually, that's a slashing move. He's
that could be more like a
foretelling that something's going to happen tonight to me.
Very possibly. Very possibly. I'll blame it on the cat. So, hello, folks. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Let me see who we have here. Today, guys, is our Friday fun stream. So, we're going to talk a little bit about the news. We're also going to do some fun stuff. Great variety show going on here today, okay? Dad, I'm calling it a show now. Did you hear that? Or the program. Wake up, Dad! Okay. Hello. Old. All right, I know, right? Okay. So, all right, we got, let's see here. We got Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid sent us the maple syrup.
Oh.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, so thank you for that, Mayflower Kid.
Up the maple tree groves that you walk on.
Yes, there you go. Okay. In Your Groove. Hello, In Your Groove. So glad you're here, In Your Groove. In Your Groove's the best here. Retro Asher is here. Hello, Retro Asher. Love having you around, Retro Asher, as always. Macon is here. Hello, Macon. Happy Friday. Weekends can't start soon enough. Gonna sleep 30 hours before Monday. Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay? I did not sleep well last night, so I get that. People saw in the Discord there I was up really late, so I can't wait to sleep also. Hello, Cody. Hello, Cody. So glad you're here, Cody. Cody's from the UK, by the way, Dad.
Oh.
Yeah, love having Cody around. Louise, hello, Louise, also from the UK, a great community
God
member.
save the king.
God save, I don't know about that, guys. Well, okay, AMA Gaming, hello, AMA Gaming, so glad you're here. Is that Xi Jinping that you have dancing on the screen there? Get it, Dad, because it's Winnie the Pooh. Hello, AMA Gaming, great to see you here. Meowzord, Friday after market war escalation stream, yay! Meowzord, Dad, has correctly predicted a few things. Malzord often predicts that bad things will happen after the market closes on the weekend, because that's what Trump cares about, and he's been right multiple times. They're like, right as soon as the market closes, like a few hours later, the shit kicks off. Let's put it that way. Okay. LaCroix, hello, LaCroix. So glad you're here. Love having LaCroix around. Okay. The Vaporous or Demosthenes from Indiana. So glad you're here, Demosthenes. Oh. Yes, so glad you're here.
Dad's home state.
Yes, yeah. We don't talk about that though. We don't talk about. We're ashamed of that. I'm just kidding. We're not. But okay. How does it sound, guys? How do our voices sound and stuff? I'm saying it might be. I'm just trying to make sure everything sounds good. Okay. How am I missing here? Okay, hello, Grindcar, Grindcar. So glad you're here, Grindcar. Grindcar very quickly becoming an established member of the community. Sasha's here. Hello, Sasha. So glad you're here. I do cherish my father, Sasha. I would never say it to his face or act that way, but I do. Okay, Mike, AMA, in response to my joke about Winnie the Pooh, says minus 50 social credit for you, Sam. So, okay, hello, Finn. Hello, Finn. So glad you're here, Finn. Glad to have you here, Finn. Finn has family members who live on a res.
You live what?
On a reservation, native reservation.
Oh.
Yeah. Guys, I know it's weird. I keep talking about weird little parts about each of you, just because there are things I think my dad would find interesting. That's why I'm talking about.
A range of...
yeah, a big range of people.
Multicultural.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Exactly.
Which
yes.
I know our president doesn't want in our country.
I know. Well, of course he doesn't. All right. Elliot Waffles. Hello, Elliot Waffles. So glad you're here, Elliot Waffles. As always, Elliot Waffles. Elliot Waffles has family that actually lives up in is it Cincinnati? Cleveland, Cincinnati. I think it is. Well, one of the two C's, one of the three C's. Elliot Waffles is from Ohio. Okay. Yes, Meowzord is a witch, Macy. Correct, Macy. Macy has been around for a while. Hello, Macy. Sir Bartholomew, our friendly Canadian friend here. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. So glad you're here. You didn't get a notification, Sir Bartholomew? It's the Zionists, I'm telling you. Okay, you know, that's conspiratorial. I'm joking. Okay, hello. Oh, that's okay, Sasha. Okay, I'm sorry, Cleveland. Why I keep getting it mixed up. I'll remember, Elliot. I'll remember. Okay. All right, you guys. So, all right. We got so much to talk about, so much to do. So much to see, hear, and think about. I don't know why the camera is all weird. Does it sound okay to everyone? Yeah, I think you're right. Netanyahu did turn off my notifications, I think. Can everyone see very well? Does it sound okay? Does everything sound okay? Trump is as multicultural as a petri dish left out. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so guys, a few things. Again, Friday fun stream. So we're gonna do some fun stuff. All right. I thought the first thing we could do here would be fun is we have some news items to cover, right? So I thought we could first begin by doing something a little bit. Well, maybe we should do the news first. Dad, do you have a preference? Would you rather do the news first or something fun first, Dad?
Yes.
That doesn't answer the question.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'll decide. So, let's do this then, okay? We'll do the news first, all right? So I'll put up, since I already have that scene up, might as well. Okay, so here we go. All right. So first thing. Yesterday, guys, so first of all, I don't even know, what am I saying? I don't even know. Okay, there's an island in the Persian Gulf called Karg Island. It is yes, the horrors do persist, LaQual. The horrors do persist, as always. There's an island right here. It's I've shown it to you guys before, in the Persian Gulf. Okay. Sisi Nepal una paywall. Like, yeah, meows. What is that? Vietnamese? I don't know what language it is. I'm just kidding. I know what that is. Okay, so it's right here. It is the biggest export hub for Iranian oil. It's basically where they
and compressed natural or liquid natural
gas. It's a giant export hub for all that stuff. Okay, and Trump recently bombed the hell out of it. He and Israel bombed the hell out of it. But there are discussions now, apparently, that U.S. is considering putting troops on that island. Now, I will say, just to seize it and to keep it from the Iranians, which, by the way, it's a giant sitting duck right in the middle of the Persian Gulf, and it's very close to Iran. So if we were to put troops on that island, they'd be bombarded endlessly. Regardless, do we remember someone in here actually said that this might happen? I think someone in here said, "Well, why might we just be taking that island?" That's possible. That might be why we're sending so few troops over. Is there just enough to take this island? But anyway, there's rumors that the U.S. So I'll read this to you, okay? The U.S. is reportedly considering plans to occupy or blockade Iran's Karg Island to pressure Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, despite earlier suggestions by Donald Trump that he was not leaning towards putting boots on the ground. The claims made on the Axios website followed previous reporting that the U.S. was considering the key Iranian oil terminal, right? The report emerged as Iran's military threatened it would hunt down officials and military commanders from the United States and Israel, wherever in the world it could find them. We are watching your cowardly officials and commanders, pilots and wicked soldiers, the armed forces spokesman, Absul Fazl Shakarki, said, quoted by State TV, "From now on, based on information we have on you, the promenades, resorts, and tourist and entertainment centers in the world will not be safe." Okay. Any attempt to physically occupy Karg Island, this is independent analysis, would probably entail high risk, exposing American forces there to Iranian drone and rocket fire in a geographically confined space. Okay. So, all right. The strategic value to it, Meowzord, is it would cut off Iranian oil. But they're not exporting much anyway, if any, because we've already cut off their oil and coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. It is sort of a pointless thing, in my opinion. I don't really get it. Unless I'm like missing something, I don't get it. Unless it's just to be like a domination thing. Okay? So I really don't get it. Unless, I don't know. Unless it's also to prevent people to other countries from getting oil from Iran, or like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you're right, Mayflower Kid. That's the other thing, guys. Trump is removing sanctions on Iran briefly so that he can get out a bunch more oil tankers to help lower gas prices. Hilarious. Hilarious. Oh my God, it's so hilarious. Dear God, we already cut off sanctions on Russia, and now we're doing it on Iran too, while we're at war. Because not well planned, guys. Not well planned. Okay. Did you want to say something, Dad?
Yes. And what I want to say, and I'm going to just comment on several things, but the last thing that was said is that, if you think about it, Venezuela, Why did we do that to Venezuela? To get the oil, to bring oil prices down. Does it surprise us that Trump wants to do the same thing here? He knows this is bad for his political career and for the MAGA political careers. So he's doing this as a political move to make people go, oh, okay, yeah, he is trying to help us, at least here in the US or even on the world stage, to get some of this oil, because it's all about the oil.
Okay. Is it though? So I don't know if this war is about the oil.
I mean, when it comes to Karg.
When it comes to what? Karg, okay.
Yeah. And part two, the fact is, since Karg Island is for the most part kind of shut down. Oh, wait a minute, proactive, 30% off. Okay. Anyway, since it is since Iran isn't making much money on oil at all, if anything. So what if Karg is a major transportation hub? We send boots on the ground. Iranian leaders are going to go, well, nothing's being shipped out of there. It's already partly damaged. Why don't we just go ahead and just, have a
that's why I'm drinking.
Yeah. Have a scorched earth policy there. There's American troops there. There's American commanders that have occupied it. Let's just destroy everything, which will include them and any U.S. ships, military ships nearby. Mm-hmm. They'll torch it. And, I just can't get over the incredible stupidity of Trump and our leaders. It's just...
Yeah, and can I point out, guys, to go what my dad was saying here, I can pretty much guarantee, you know how previously I said it was a 30% chance we'd put troops on the ground, then I upped it to 50. Now I'm going to say it's like 85%. You know why? Because yesterday Netanyahu gave a speech where he mentioned putting troops on the ground, and then he said, I can't talk about the plans, but yeah, we can't just change the regime without troops on the ground. So, we have contingencies for putting troops on the ground. I can't discuss those contingencies. So do we think that Israel's going to put troops on the ground in Iran? No. Okay, no. And if Netanyahu is already saying that there's going to be troops, that we should have troops on the ground, it's not going to be their troops on the ground. It's going to be ours. And we do what Israel says. So might as well, I already assume that if Netanyahu wants us to put troops on the ground, we're probably going to be putting troops on the ground. Because that's one thing about Netanyahu. He's honest when it comes to what he wants, and he typically gets what he wants. Dolly Boy, why spill Israeli blood when the U.S. is very willing to spill its own? Absolutely, Dolly Boy. I mean, come on. Why not?
Well, we are willing to make Trump look like a hero as we bring the flag-draped coffins back home of our troops in them. He is that hero. He'll also sell more USA caps, that is USA in gold on them.
Yeah. LaQuabois says, does Trump know that the optics of that would be that he is Netanyahu's bitch? So LaQuabois, that's already been the optics, right? I mean, come on, you see what I mean? It's not like, it's already been so obvious. They don't care. He doesn't care. And by the way, this war is deeply unpopular in the United States. Deeply, deeply, deeply unpopular. This doesn't have, Trump is flailing right now. You can tell his numbers are dropping off drastically. And he's basically I don't know what else to say. You guys know.
Deeply unpopular here. Very, very deeply. Except, it's deeply unpopular even amongst a lot of the Republican Congress people. Except they don't have the balls, the nerves, whatever you want to call it, to step up and say, put their foot down, go, no more. They're still willing, we don't like this war. And they're saying that for their constituents who don't like it. And in the meantime, they're willing to put up with Trump. They're not willing to confront Trump on it, to be on Trump's good side. Talk about certified cowards.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And I suspect a lot of them most of them are perfectly okay with the war. They just their constituents aren't, but they are okay with it. A lot of them have been bribed by the military-industrial complex and by AIPAC. So that's fun. Dolly Boy says, has there been a post-Civil War president to hemorrhage popularity this quickly and drastically? Probably not, but
No,
Nixon,
I can't think of one.
did Nixon lose stuff pretty fast? I can't remember. Probably not as badly as Trump has. I don't know. I'm not sure, Dolly Boy. That's a really good question.
Wasn't until his second term that he went.
Yeah, but like during the whole scandal, the Watergate scandal, did it drop off really quickly? I don't know. I'd have to check, guys.
I'm not too sure if it was this quick. It was quick, but not this quick.
Okay.
I guess what I have to say is that there's some certified Republicans in Congress at the time that dropped off supporting him very quickly.
Yes.
I mean, they really did. I mean,
yep.
they had some courage about them.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Yeah. Sir Bartholomew says Trump is going to win this war. Why? Because he is. Yeah. That's the argument, Sir Bartholomew, that his administration is making. By the way, guys, you know, this the most common argument I've heard about this is that America has, like, we have such a powerful military. Iran can't possibly defeat the United States. That's not how military strategy and stuff works, folks. You know, you don't have to have the most powerful military to win a war. You can, even if it's against a larger power. Okay, that's just, yeah, exactly, Rich Rain. Vietnam. What do you expect? Okay, Vietnam, Afghanistan. I mean, dear God, we have so many examples of this. It's complete bullshit. Anyway, so basically, guys, in conclusion here, the American war of imperialist aggression against Iran continues. We have a nutbag, right? Was that a good phrase for it? A lunatic in charge of the government. Okay. Yeah, the American Revolution even was a defeat of a larger military power. Anyway, like
now you got to throw in there the French helped a lot.
Yes. But on the ground, though, I guess the French did help on the ground a bit too.
What got the French to finally join was the Battle of Saratoga and all that up there.
Yes.
And put it this way, the British were not able to defeat Washington. Mm-hmm. Although Washington retreated a lot. He was very good at that. Mm-hmm. But they also won.
You heard it here, folks. Washington's greatest skill was running away.
Yeah, it actually was. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that, how he became that way. But anyway, so, you know, the Americans had to prove to France that, yes, they could do it, but they could do it better with France's help. And they did do some things, and it shocked everybody, including the British.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Mayflower Kid. You know what, Mayflower Kid? While you've been in this community, I've seen your thought process evolving, and it's been quite lovely. Mayflower Kid says, "How are they going to put troops on the ground without access to the Strait of Hormuz?" Good question. Mayflower Kid says, "How are they going to resupply troops?" I don't know, Mayflower Kid. I guess one thing they could do is airdrops. They could airdrop supplies. That would be the safest way to do it, probably, since Iran doesn't really have any air defense systems anymore. But regardless, it's moronic.
We could stage it from Iraq, but
yeah,
I'm not too sure, because there are a lot in Iraq that support Iran.
Yeah.
So would we be able to do that?
Yeah, it's stupid. The whole thing is stupid.
And also, if you look at this map,
I'm all for it.
You land, you stage it from Iraq, but look where they have to go. They have to go, down around the Persian Gulf and until they get to various.
It's right here. That's where they're going. So that would be where they're going.
Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to say eventually, because the reality is that, you don't take over a country by bombing. And I know my son has probably said that before, but you don't. There's no war in which you actually take over a country by just airdropping bombs on them. So you had to put boots on the ground. So it's, I don't know.
That's why it's stupid.
I don't think even Trump and his people know.
Yeah.
And I have heard that anonymously some military leaders and former retired military generals are going, this isn't good.
They were before the war started.
Yeah, this isn't good. There's no plan. There's, what the hell are they doing?
Correct, Demosthenes. The common stat given, guys, for occupying a nation would be you need 20 soldiers for every 1,000 residents of that nation. Iran has a big population. Let's put it that way. I think it's 90 million people. So that's a lot of soldiers. If you need 20 soldiers for every 1,000 Iranians, someone can do the math. I'm not a math person. It's a lot. Okay. So that would be moronic. We would lose that war. Okay. Paparevolt had a good thread that Iran has no issue bombing the island. Perhaps we're doing it. Yeah, it's very possible, Meows, or it might be. I don't know. I think it's because Netanyahu wants that. I don't know. The whole thing is stupid, and it's declining empire. That's what it is. It's lashing out while the empire declines. Okay. I'm all for it, though. Good luck. The empire will fall. Good. Anyway, Mayflower Kid, they will be like 700,000 Iranians going after 250 Mayflower Kid. Now, the Iranians won't be able to necessarily land on the island. So it'll be a ton of missiles and drones likely launched at the island, okay? And these soldiers will be confined in a pretty small space on that island. So, I mean, all right, it's just dumb. Meanwhile, guys, we continue murdering civilians all over the place, and Israel has launched a ground invasion of Lebanon and caused mass dislocations of people and is killing thousands of people there. So all this talk of military strategy is cute, but we should also point out that we're the baddies. Israel and the United States are the baddies, right? We understand that, right? How are you off the screen, Dad? You're like,
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's the camera keeps moving. We're the baddies, guys. I hope you all know we are the baddies. Please go back so I can tell. Thank you. I don't know why the camera. Okay, well, I'll move it back up a little bit. All right. Okay, so we're the baddies, right? So despite all that other stuff, all the math, death, and destruction is also something we should note. Yay! Okay. By the way, guys, I've already heard right-wingers. You would find this amusing, Dad. Claiming I've already heard right-wingers claiming that that's not technically boots on the ground because it's just a little island. It's not really boots on the ground. Okay.
Yeah, because eventually it'll be boots in a coffin.
Mm-hmm. Can I quickly wait a minute? So, Doug, I don't know if you heard this, Dad. Doug just said something that reminded me. Doug said, evil will overcome good, and that's a quote by Benjamin Netanyahu. Did you guys hear what Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday? Dad, you have to hear this, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu, guys, yesterday, I know you all love Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal monster, who we almost had the opportunity to celebrate the disappearance of, if you know what I mean, a couple days ago. I can't type. There it is. Okay. Benjamin Netanyahu, Jesus, Genghis Khan. He said yesterday, guys, the following. Okay, here's MSN, whatever. Listen to this. So Netanyahu gave a speech yesterday where he said we need troops on the ground, thus implying that it would be our troops because Israel ain't going to do that, all right? They'd rather send Americans to go die. But he said this.
Luxury travel is togetherness.
Well, after this ad, I guess he said this. Give me a second. I wasn't planning this, so normally I wouldn't have to deal with the ad, but all right. Make sure you guys can hear it.
City Strata Elite. Rewards.
Everyone ready?
That's the point.
That they don't see the kind of world we're living in. In this world, it's not enough to be moral. It's not enough to be just. It's not enough to be right. One of the greatest writers of the 20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves and to oppose their enemies in time while there's still time, before the jarring gong of danger wakes them up and wakes them up too late. This is where we are now.
So, guys, he's just saying it out loud. By the way, that is a Hitler-esque way of framing that. Hitler deeply respected Genghis Khan and thought Jesus was super weak. Anyway, and guys, to be clear, I am an atheist. I'm not a Christian, but kind of dark that he said that. Go ahead, Dad.
I'm sorry, a little technical thing here. This has gotten quite loud.
Okay, I was trying to turn it up so you could hear it. I got you.
Okay, that's better. Thank you.
Well, there's no sound right now, so I would go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy is reaching for reasons to be immoral, to be evil. It's I could go into history and name you lots of times where a culture created a kingdom, an empire, and conquered their enemies outside of their borders to prevent those enemies from coming to them. And it was not right. And the more they did that, the more the outsiders, or as the conquerors would view them, the enemies became more and more resolute to crush that empire. And so basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is treating others with violence, with taking over, with mass murder, killing men, women, and children and all that stuff doesn't bring the peace. It brings more hatred, desire to bring that place down.
That's called the cycle of violence, guys. Actually, it's that my dad's referring to. I don't know if he meant that specifically, but that's what he's talking about, right? The idea of you kill, you cause destruction, you cause a response to it, and then that cycle continues. Yeah. Exactly, Malzord. You said it. It's like Paulo Freire. Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to throw something in here. I'm sorry if this.
Why'd you shake your head? What did you say? What happened?
I said I want to say something.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
When Queen Elizabeth II passed away, and you didn't hear about this much, but there were actually people, especially in Africa, former colonies of Britain.
Sorry, I'm going to get his face off the screen. I just don't want to look at his face while we're talking. No, not you, Dad. The Netanyahu.
Oh,
go ahead.
There were people in former UK, British colonies, and especially in Africa, that actually got out into the streets and cheered and danced at her death because she represented the empire that had taken them over and treated them badly. Although she herself was kind of involved with some of that ruling. She was the monarch in charge when the colonies of Britain started to become independent in Africa. The fact is, she was that symbol to a lot of people. And they danced in the streets when she died, because to them that was a symbol.
What's your point? I'm sorry.
The evil. Well, the point is that those who were conquered will wait for the day, or can't wait for the day when they crush.
Yes,
and her being the symbol.
Yeah.
I mean, normally I would go, that was awful, because Queen Elizabeth actually wasn't a horrible person. But to these people, she symbolized all of that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
As a person.
I know. Okay. All right. Exactly, guys. Yep. Some took the opportunity to leave the Commonwealth. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, yep. All right. So there we go, guys. So there you go. I just wanted to show you that little thing from Benjamin Netanyahu. Isn't that fun? Guys, he's implying that he right after that, he said, the Western democracies need to take action. You know what I mean? As in, like, he's implying that they need to be Genghis Khan. You guys noticed that, right? He said, right, he implied that we need to be Genghis Khan. He started off by making it sound like we need to stop Genghis Khan, but then he went on to be like, so we can't be like Jesus. We need to be like Genghis Khan. Okay. Anyway, but that's Netanyahu. That's Netanyahu. By the way, Hitler thought the exact same thing. He literally said that Genghis Khan was more moral than Jesus. He literally okay. And I know that he was referring to some historian, but okay.
I think Genghis Khan in history, Genghis Khan was probably the second most brutal leader in history. And either number one or number two. And that's,
well, it depends on how you rank that, but yeah, I see what you mean.
But yeah, and that's Jesus.
Yeah. All right. So there you go, Meowsard. White hegemony wants to remain in power for sure. Meowsard says generous tit for tat with possibility of resolution and cooperation. Correct. Okay. Macy said politics has been a Hitler speech my entire adult life. I know, Macy, right? God, I feel you there. All right. So let's go on, guys, to another story here. You know what? Let's see here. What else should we talk about? I don't know if I want to do that one. Oh, so, okay. Here's another story. This is probably surprising to no one. So during Trump's first administration, he promised to divest and stuff from his business interests, and he put them in a trust. And he promised not to interfere, even though he did. Of course, corruption, right? This is just classic corruption. Mm-hmm. Right now, the Trump brand. So during his second administration, he has not made that promise, and he has his company is purchasing real estate in foreign countries. So right now, Trump is on a deal-making spree. His company is, and right now he's buying a giant bit of land in Transylvania in Romania, and he's going to turn it into a giant luxury golf course and apartment complex. And notice, guys, it's just classic corruption. Do we think the Romanian government really would say no to that? Like, they have to worry about the president of the United saying no to the president of the United States. Right, Meowsor? It's like, that's totally normal. I want land where the vampires come from.
I was going to say, if Trump succeeds in this, all I can tell the people in Romania, especially Transylvania, Nosferatu is rising again. The blood-sucking Nosferatu Trump is rising again. You better lock people away at night.
Yep.
Especially the children.
On a side note, actually, on that note, guys, one of the ideas of like Nosferatu or a vampire is the fundamental fear that the peasantry had for the nobility. Think about it. In like the very original Nosferatu movie and like early Dracula movies, Dracula is like this noble that's mysterious and off in this castle that the peasantry are afraid of, and every once in a while the noble comes out, the vampire comes out and sucks their blood, almost like taking their taxes or taxing them or killing them for the sake of war. And he's mysterious, and so the peasantry are really afraid and scared of them. You see what I mean? It's kind of like this peasant fear of the nobility and the idea that the nobility are evil and manipulative. Even the idea of like a handsome Dracula, which comes a bit later, which comes a bit later, is sort of this fear of like the manipulative, posh look that vampires have, often their big castles. Okay. So, yeah, Trump is kind of like a vampire, right? He's going to be sucking the blood of the people in Romania like he's doing it here, off in his castle. By the way, and something else, Dad, here. Right near this site, this is what is bizarre, okay? First of all, it's right next to a giant landfill and a toxic waste dump. I'm not even joking. And there happens to be right nearby here a giant settlement of Romani people, okay? Of what is this is a slur in Europe, but gypsies, okay? The Romani people. There's a big settlement of Romani people, which are the which are in Europe are oftentimes relegated to the edges of society and mistreated and stuff. And there is a thought here that if he buys this land, they will have to remove the Romani that are there. So basically, he's also doing just a little miniature ethnic cleansing if he ends up going through with this project. Okay, because the reason the Romani live there is because no one else wants the land because it's near a toxic waste dump and shit. So isn't that great? So yeah, you're right, Marzipan Power. As a little treat, they're just he's doing a cute little ethnic cleansing on the side of forcibly removing these Romani.
Of course, my question is, what's going to be more toxic, the dump, or the Trump?
Oh, I mean, come on, we both know the answer to that. It's definitely the Trump. Okay,
That was rhetorical. Son.
I know. It's just okay.
Oh.
Yeah, right. Demosthenes, Trump the Impaler, doesn't have the same ring to it. Yes. Lacroix, is that why so many vampires from American books fought for the Confederacy and lived on plantations? Lacroix, yes. So some of the people who have done those have been black directors and such. And they are taking that idea of like a European aristocracy that you're afraid of and translating it into white slave owners. Absolutely 100%. Or if you guys have you guys seen Sinners? Great movie. My dad loved the movie too. Great movie with the vampires and the dance hall. Okay. These black folks in this dance hall, afraid of all the white folks trying to come in, that they might be vampires.
About 1920s or 30s, something like that.
Yes. So, okay. Yeah, Big Braden, the legend of Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. So, okay.
I like that show.
Right. So, okay, guys. So that you get the idea, right? Okay. Let me just take a little drink here, and then we can go on. But that's just more open Trump corruption. Just a little story I wanted to tell you all you guys about. All right.
And also, too, it's also I want to mention Dracula again. At Vlad Tepes, the original real person from the House of Dracula, House of the Dragon. You know, he was horrible. He actually saved that part of Europe from the invading Turks.
Which is why he was horrible. Yeah.
But he impaled a lot of them. He also impaled a lot of his own people.
Yes.
Not just nobility, but commoners. And yet today you go over there and they view him as a big hero. They honor him as a hero. They forget about the other part of him and say he was a big hero. And
part of the reason, guys, he was so brutal was because his little principality, his duchy, Wallachia, was very small, and it had to face against the Ottomans. So if you don't have the military force, what you do have is terror, right? It was a strategy on his part to frighten the Ottomans and to keep his own people in line to protect Wallachia. And he was pretty brutal, but it was mainly a strategy, right? Like to I remember there was that one story where the Ottomans sent a envoy to him, and they requesting him to surrender, or I forget what it was.
Oh, to remove his hat.
Yeah. Oh, yes. To remove his
in the presence
turban
of Vlad Tepes.
Yes, and he refused to. Right, the Ottoman envoy refused to remove his turban, so Vlad had it nailed to his head, along with like a note of response to the Ottoman, kind of a brutal guy. Yeah, it was calculated brutality. Correct, Dolly Boy.
But on the other flip, he also wasn't overly kind to his people.
No, but yes, which was very common in Europe. But yes, he particularly used terror also with his own people.
Very complicated childhood that guy had.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, okay, guys. Shall we go on, Dad, to the next thing? So, all right, guys, what we're going to do now, you know what? We'll talk about, let's go to this one first. So, what's wrong, Dad?
Nothing.
What?
I'm just looking.
Oh, you look disturbed. Okay. So, yeah, Rise of Empires, Ottoman Season 2. Yes, Zord, that'd be awesome. Have they done a Season 2 of that? I remember, that's a good show. All right, so a new report came out by the Pew Research Center that I wanted to talk about with my dad, about what do Americans consider immoral. And I personally would have asked about other things than what they've asked about, but I would have asked, do Americans care about genocide? Because I suspect, anyway, I'd be curious to see the results on that. But anyway, but here are the questions they asked, okay? And they took a survey asking Americans what they view as immoral and immoral. I'm going to go up here, all right? And here were the results. So the first, at the very top here, is married people having an affair. 90% of Americans said that that was morally wrong, and about 9% said not morally wrong. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That's kind of a. I think most of us would agree, based off moral values, that if you're in a monogamous relationship and you're married, you don't cheat unless there's consent from your partner, right? So that's sort of a cultural value or a moral value a lot of Americans have, right, Dan? You think? Yep, I would think. It says the guy. You've been married for how many years? I don't know. How many years have you been married, Dan?
Got married in 83.
83. There we go. Okay. So how many years is that? I can't do math.
43. Be 43 years. I think it's 43 years in July.
Gotcha. Okay. So the next one here is viewing pornography. Dad, do you think viewing, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to on TV. I mean, on TV, God, on stream. Do you think viewing pornography is immoral?
Hang on. I got to put this magazine down. Okay.
Disgusting.
Well,
you heteros are disgusting.
I'm going to say something about this whole list first before I make a comment on that one. And that is, there's a lot of nuances in this thing. Okay, a lot of nuances. But they're asking black and white questions here. So,
yep, that's the same. Yeah.
So pornography. I mean, first of all, what in the hell is pornography? Some people think the Statue of David is pornography. There are some people that make a living off of being a part of that pornography. Mm-hmm. However, on the other flip, there's a lot of people through the sex trade are forced into it.
Yes.
So viewing pornography, is it, helping to increase the crime of sex trade? Then yes, I think it's morally wrong. Mm-hmm. Okay, if it's free and up and coming and, oh God, I didn't mean that. I did not mean that.
I know you didn't. Oh, I bet it's funny. That's hilarious.
Anyway,
see, guys, I'm not the only one that makes sex jokes, okay?
But I have to say that, if you're married or with a significant other, I think they have a right to know that you view it.
Yeah.
It's because if it's a substitution for your significant other, I don't know. Once again, that's a tricky one there.
I will say, I think maybe this is a generational thing. I don't know. I think it's weird to care about your significant other doing that unless it's like an addiction or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like it'd be weird to sort of police your significant other's desire to do that. It's not like they're with someone else,
Well, I had said, as long as you inform your significant other, because a lot of couples watch it together. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. So the results of the survey, though, is that 52% of Americans view pornography as morally wrong, okay, while 47% don't view it as morally wrong.
Also, I'm going to throw one more thing is the definition of pornography shifts through time. Mm-hmm. I mean, it just does.
Dad, we could spend all day dissecting every single one of these, but it's irrelevant.
These are kind of fluid and kind of black and white.
We don't. Okay, yeah, but you can say that about almost any survey. We don't even know what the original questions were. So, but like, it's irrelevant. Okay, it is relevant. Oh my God. Okay, moving on. Okay, having an abortion. 40. So, what do you think, Dad, about abortions? Unless you don't want to talk about it, which is fine. I'm just curious. Do you think abortion's moral or immoral? And please be nuanced with your answer.
I'm torn. Once again, that's another one of those situations that a lot of it depends upon the circumstance. I guess I would say if you're taking just black and white, and I can't take it just black and white.
Yeah, you don't have to. I just said don't take it black and white. You don't have to answer black and white. What do you say?
Sometimes I agree. It's okay. Sometimes I'm going, what?
Yeah. So when is it okay and when is it not?
Well, rape.
Yeah.
A family member.
It's okay to do after that. Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm talking about abortions. It's okay on numerous levels. I mean, people in poverty We who are not in poverty are very quick to condemn people.
Yeah,
who
speak
are
for
in
yourself.
poverty.
Some of us are in poverty, but go ahead.
You don't know what true poverty is.
I don't.
I'll show you tomorrow when I help you find a
that's
bridge
easy
to
for
live
you to
under.
say. Okay.
But anyway, just joking, son.
Okay.
But anyway, society puts people in positions where those that have love to condemn those that don't have without knowing what it's like. Okay. And in terms of when it is morally wrong, it's one of those things when you have, and there are some people out there like this. I've read about this, who go about, sharing themselves with, whomever comes
Having
along.
sex.
Yeah. And I'm not saying, oh, they're bad people, but rather than take a precaution, they just, I can always get an abortion. Well, you know what? For one thing, it's cheaper not to get an abortion, to take protection. And I just going, what?
Wait,
Come
how
on,
many?
there's
I'm
other
sorry.
ways.
So, I deeply disagree with you on this issue, and that's fine. But I really don't think anyone's going around saying, I'm just going to get an abortion. I'm just going to get an abortion. I'm going to get as pregnant as often as possible.
There are some people, I've done some reading on that.
You've done some reading. Okay. Well, if that I don't think that's irrelevant to me. I don't, human beings are going to have sex, and they're going to have sex without protection. It's a natural human drive. Sometimes you do it and you don't even intend to do it. It happens.
Now, I also want to point out the other flip. Everybody will say the Catholic Church, and because the Catholic Church
Does
is
this
real
fast? I'm sorry. Do your beliefs on this kind of view go because or partially because of your Catholic upbringing? You think?
Let me explain. This
I know. I'm
real
just
quick,
asking. Okay.
Because it'll come out. They're really anti-abortion or pro-life, and there was a time when you could have an abortion in the Catholic Church. They couldn't give they could give a rat's ass. And that came about later. So to use the argument, it's always been that way, the teaching. No, it hasn't. So at one point, the Catholic Church would be like, going back far enough, it's really not a big deal to say, oh, it's absolutely horrendous. What changed their mind? I mean, I know what changed their mind, but it's like, come on, and if you look at the various other religions, it's very unique. And so it's,
but your view on abortion generally is you don't think you should just do it willy-nilly, is what you're saying.
There's other ways to protect yourself. However, I'm not going to condemn somebody who gets one.
Okay, fair. Do you think it should be legislated against? That we should prevent people from getting abortions?
No.
Okay. My view on the issue, guys, is I don't care. Get an abortion. That's none of my business. You can do whatever you want. First of all, I don't have a uterus. I don't know people's situations. Women can decide this. I don't think I have no. I don't. One second, Dad. I have no. I have no. A sense of there's like there's a great cutoff point. Okay, let's put it this way. I don't care if you get rid of a zygote or a fetus. I just don't care. It's not. I don't believe in the idea of there being a soul or something like that. I just don't care. And to me, it's a collection of cells. It's not a human being yet. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. It's none of my business. So you can do this for yourself. And by the way, there are studies that show that if you limit abortions, what ends up happening is more women start dying. Because what ends up happening is that women will try to get an abortion whether you make it legal or not. They have throughout history. So instead of what will end up happening is they will try to do it outside of medical facilities and things like that, which is much more dangerous. People can do what they want with that.
Okay, this is what I want to say, because you said something that made me remind me of this. It is a woman's, excuse me, it is a woman's choice. And no one should condemn that woman for that. Okay,
Mhm.
that's not there. It should not be a government dictating. Okay, so I agree with that,
Mhm.
and so there you go.
Okay, fair. So that's good, at least. Yeah, I appreciate that. There are people out there, guys, who have these religious beliefs, but then don't believe they should be pushed on others, which I deeply appreciate. Right. In the end, as long as long as you're not trying to then fine. Don't if you think it's immoral to get an abortion, don't get an abortion. Right.
Right.
Like okay. All right. Okay. And by the way, guys, it's also a sign. There's an interesting one of the few ways to end poverty or improve the economic status of a society is to empower women, to give them more access to abortion, birth control, condoms,
See,
and
that's
things
where
like
I was
that.
mentioning
Yeah.
poverty issue.
So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, by the way, which I always thought was funny, guys, that the people who say they're pro-life are really pro-death for women, essentially. But anyway,
And quite often, pro-life people are also pro-capital punishment.
yes, they are, or pro-war,
Yeah, pro-war. Yeah, so it's
and
like
pro
really,
not providing food for the poor and stuff.
Right.
Anyway.
let them die and decrease the surplus population. That's
Okay.
what a good Christian would say.
Yeah, good, Chris. Right? Yeah. Okay. Next. So there to go. So in the United States, guys, 52% of people say that abortion is not morally wrong, which is good to me. That's sort of a good change. And 47% say abortion is morally wrong. Okay, that's a bit too high. But let's go on to the next one. Honestly, guys, this one surprised me a bit. I probably shouldn't have surprised me. I honestly thought by now it would be a bit better than this. I am a fool. I feel like I'm ignorant about this shit because
Well, you do wear the regalia sometimes.
I do wear.
So
a
of
fool.
course you're
That
a
is true.
fool.
That is true. Okay. So no. Well, LaCroix, to me, not really. Actually, I thought that I am mainly around people who don't care about gay people, like at all. They don't give a shit.
Yeah,
You
I
can
don't
be
care
gay.
about my son at all.
Right, there you go.
gay.
Yeah, like for exactly. Who don't care if you're gay, straight. And so and I've known there is a lot of this, but anyway. So when it comes to homosexuality, 60% of people say it's not morally wrong. Around 40% say it's morally wrong. And that actually 40% did somewhat surprise me. It probably shouldn't have. I thought it would be maybe 30%. I didn't really suspect 40%. But okay. I don't know. Maybe we were regressing a bit. But like I remember seeing something a while back that showed that not many people care about. Yeah, isn't it kind of high, Gwen? I thought so. I could be wrong, guys. Anyway. Hello, Chris Gonzalez. I know.
Can I say something here?
Of course you can.
Once again, this has to do with what my son and I were saying at the beginning when it comes to these polls, and that is, there are people out there who are on homosexuality that are in the morally wrong, slowly but surely inching their way over being moral.
Yeah,
okay?
but that's a snapshot. That's what a census is, a snapshot.
So I would assume some of this in homosexuality goes, yeah, I think it's morally wrong, but it's none of my business. And it's okay, I'm not going to hold it against the person. I just think it's morally wrong.
So then they would be on the morally wrong side of the
census. And they should have a transition here.
Why? It's the question is, oh my God, you're going to nitpick about this thing. The question is whether you view it as morally wrong, not if you think you should legislate against it. So yeah, they're going to say if they think it's morally wrong.
Well, I'm questioning the source, which is, as a historian, I
no,
always
that
do.
is not okay. That's not,
and I'm not
right.
going to give up my historian background.
That is not what you're doing. But okay. Anyway, Chris Gonzalez, Cesar Chavez is an American hero. Yes, I know, Chris. It's kind of depressing. He sexually assaulted people. I'm coming to terms with it too. So, Doug, amoral is an option. If you look here on the right side, it says here, 37% say it's not a moral issue. Okay, so yeah, 37% of Americans don't even think homosexuality is a moral issue. So yeah, the 23% say it's morally acceptable. Overall, 60% say it's not morally wrong. Okay, but I was kind of surprised by this. Okay, all right, yeah, right. TJ, they should have a fascism category. See, about probably 30% of Americans would be like, that sounds great. Anyway, so interesting. I was kind of surprised that the 40%. Hey, me too, Marzipan Power. I think homosexuality is morally superior. That's my opinion. No, it wasn't, Chris. It was not a lie. It was not a lie, Chris. Okay, it was not a lie at all about. Let's put it this way, Chris. There's lots of evidence that he did in fact assault women and children. Okay, I get it. You love the guy. But he was a powerful person. People are human beings. They sometimes do shit.
Yeah,
like
power
that.
can corrupt.
Okay, yeah.
Even the best.
That doesn't mean you have to dismiss what he did for workers' rights and things like that. But you know, let's not oppress a new group of people by supporting a man or like, you know, praising openly a man who did assault women and children. Okay. Okay. But hey, I understand, Chris, it may take a while to sort of adapt to that. Right?
Yeah, I had trouble when I read that too. I really did.
Yeah. Me too. I still haven't talked about it on stream, guys, because I'm like, it's sad for me. Exactly, TJ. I do think homosexuality is superior. All right, so moving on. Okay. All right, just kidding. All right, so here's another one, Dad. This one is patient ending their life with the help of a doctor.
Now, what's the asterisk there for?
Oh, good question. Oh, so the full question was patients choosing to end their lives with the help of a doctor.
Okay.
Okay. So
I'm going to assume something here. I'm going to assume that the reason why the doctor is a part of it isn't just to help the process, but the doctor has also said, yes, it's terminal. It's just going to keep getting worse. And when's your life, as opposed to what? Your girlfriend dumped you? Oh, you are just mentally gone. I'm going to, you know, doctor, I think, puts a whole new level on it.
Yeah. That's fair. So do you would you agree that it's okay then, like, if someone wants help ending their own life, like medically assisted suicide, essentially, you know, like if it's done under the care of a doctor, and shit like that, it's okay. Yeah, I agree. There are other countries, guys, that do this. Like Switzerland is known for this. They will do medically assisted suicides.
Canada, I believe.
Say it again.
Canada, I believe, has some laws in there.
Correct.
Allowing it.
Yep. I mean, I think that's a human freedom thing. It makes me very sad. I got to tell you, it makes me very sad, but I'm not going to choose that for someone. If they want to make that choice for themselves, go ahead and do it. I will say though, guys, I do think they should be psychologically evaluated first and then do it. Okay.
That's why I said the other part.
You know what I mean, right? Like sometimes you can have depression and things like that can cause these thoughts, but if it's determined that you're in your right mind, then yes. Okay. J-Mac, okay, dear Lord. Yeah, well, actually, J-Mac, yes, Dr. Kevorkian, yes, okay. Okay, I think we ground that. But next one, Dad, the death penalty. What do you think about the death penalty, Dad? Is the death penalty moral or immoral or amoral?
Okay, I'm going to give two answers.
Okay, go ahead.
Speaking from my gut, execute them all that commit horrendous crimes.
Oh, I'm about to say all prisoners? I got what you meant, okay.
Okay. However, in terms of who I am, okay, that's the ugly part of the human being, gut reaction. But who I am as a human being that can think and feel, I think it's wrong. I think it is absolutely wrong.
So,
because for one thing, there is a small percent of people who are executed that are later found innocent.
Yeah, guys.
It's like, what?
That's exactly that. That's my big issue. There is a pretty significant portion. It's like it's less than 10% of people that are executed that end up being innocent. I'm sorry, no, thank you. Even if one innocent person gets executed, I'm not for that. We shouldn't execute anyone if any innocent person gets executed. All right. So no, thank you. I'm completely against that. Okay, I'm completely against execution with the knowledge that some innocent people could be executed. All right. That's just my opinion. I get it though. I get the anger some people cause, but okay. Like if anyone innocent, anyway. Can I also point out, Dad, you notice how more people on this survey, so 64% of people say it's not morally wrong to execute people, while only 60% say homosexuality is not morally wrong, and more people say that it's not morally wrong to execute someone than say that it's not morally wrong to help a patient end their own life. It's kind of disturbing. People in the country think it's more people think it's morally wrong, or that it's not morally wrong to execute people than people think homosexuality is not morally wrong. Like, that's kind of dark. That more people think being gay is wrong than think executing people is wrong. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Or think, that's not really a good sign, I think, guys, in my opinion.
And also over time, the crimes that were considered crimes that you could execute the person for, capital crimes.
Yeah.
The definition has changed over time. There are people that were executed, let's say 50 years ago, that wouldn't be executed today because laws and more research has happened when it comes to the mind and all of that.
Yeah.
So, what do we do? Go, oopsie?
Yeah. And guys, I'm guessing some of the folks in here probably support the death penalty just because of these numbers. You can guess that some people in here probably support the death penalty. It's my opinion on it is that it's morally wrong, especially if you cannot figure out if someone's truly guilty. And as my dad said, who knows what we'll learn in the future? Like there'd be people executed for things in the future that we won't do it for today. But okay.
But I can understand. I mean,
yes, I understand the anger, right?
And I'll be honest, if somebody murdered a member of my family, I would have to fight that feeling of don't execute the person really, really hard. I'd have to, because I'd want to be there when he fried or she fried or whatever the case is.
And here's my thought, though, Dad, too. It's also, by the way, don't you think it'd be a worse would be worse for them to be stuck in a prison for the rest of their lives?
They say it is, actually.
Like, if you want revenge, get them in a prison for the rest of their lives. Like, and obviously, I think the prison system should be mainly about rehabilitation. But, like, and it's also less expensive, by the way, than executing someone to put them in prison for life.
Believe it or not.
Anyway, it's just interesting. I thought that was more people thought that was morally okay than some of the other things. Yeah, Aretha Franklin, absolutely. Someone tried. That's a funny name, Aretha Franklin. Someone tried to kill me, and I chose to let them live. I could have killed them, and I didn't.
Oh, Urethra.
Yeah, amazing, Frank. Really.
Urethra.
That's great, Franklin. Really. There was a story that reminds me of Franklin. Dad, you remember this book, From Ashes to Life?
Yes.
There was a Jewish woman who had been a girl. She had been in a concentration camp. And after she was liberated from the camp by the Allies, she was brought into a room.
It's a true book.
Yeah, it's a real story. It was brought into a room by American soldiers to try and identify this SS officer that was sitting in this room as being one of the officers that had been a guard of her concentration camp. And this American soldier was very mad with the Nazis, obviously, because of the things he had seen. So he gave her a gun and told her to go into the room. And he said, hey, I won't be in there. It might very well be that he accidentally shoots himself while you're in there, if you see what I mean. As in, he was giving her permission to off him if she wanted to.
Take her rage.
Yeah, to take her rage out on him.
Manifest it.
Yeah, there's a great few pages in that book. Yeah, there you go. You know it, Franklin. And that is that part of the book where she was very tempted, but in the end she said no. Because if I do that, I'm like him. And she viewed that as her ultimate victory over the Nazis, was that she didn't just shoot this guy when she saw him. Okay, he was already imprisoned. He was already about to go on trial, and he ended up being executed later anyway. But her refusal to stoop to that level, essentially, she viewed as the greatest victory. Now, I know we could agree. Some people may disagree with that choice, but for her, that was what helped her heal. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, and he ended up getting justice anyway. All right. Okay. Okay, and obviously we can debate that because I'm not a big fan of Nazis, but all right.
Not a big fan.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan at all.
Yeah, you win. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. So, all right. So let's go on here, guys. Gambling. I know. 70% of people said it's not morally wrong. 30% say it's morally wrong. What do you think, Dad?
Okay, this is another one of these ambiguous things. That's another one of those ambiguous things. If you're gambling once in a while, it's not hurting the family or anybody, that's one thing. I don't have a problem with that. I've done some friendly gambling, playing poker and stuff with friends and family.
Yeah, totally.
But I've never done it to the level that it hurts. If it hurts somebody, you know, you're an addictive gambler and it drives your family to lose their home and other things like that, or become abusive toward your family, and that can happen, very much happen, then that type of gambling, I think, is morally wrong. But generally speaking, I don't have a problem with gambling.
Yes. You know, Alyssa makes a good point, Dad. Alyssa says, oh, hello, Alyssa, by the way. I think it's not morally wrong for the gambler. I think it's morally wrong from the house, from the establishment that's doing the gambling. Because a lot of times they do take advantage of people.
Right.
And
You
they
are
try
right.
to, yeah, that's a fair
They know
point.
how to push the right buttons in people, especially people who are prone to various addictions, whatever it is, gambling, drugs, chocolate.
Right.
They know how to push your buttons. I
Right.
mean, why are all these shiny things and bright lights and things going off?
So I generally agree with my dad on this, that like if you do it in moderation, I agree with that generally. I just know that gambling is so exploitative from what Alyssa said, from like the other person's side. So yeah, do it. You can do it for fun and stuff. I don't know if I agree with gambling as a concept, but it's okay if you engage in it. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. I think it's morally wrong, the people that exploit folks. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I have to admit that's a real good way to put it.
Yes, I think Alyssa said that really well.
Now you would get after me when I would say, well, there's more levels of this now, but you're not getting after this.
I've been saying that I've been saying that for multiple ones. No. Okay. All right. Mithril says, I don't gamble because I know I have a tendency to addictive behavior. Yeah.
There you go.
And someone else is mentioning those prediction markets that are common now.
Oh,
I know.
God.
Let's not even. That is some crazy shit. Like betting on whether, like, oh, are they going to start bombing tomorrow or whatever? Like horrible things like that.
Ayatollah going to be killed. I mean, yeah, Ayatollah was evil, but
yeah,
that's come on.
Yes. So this next one is interesting. Spanking children. Spanking children. Dad, what do you think?
Well, people like Trump, Les Wexner, and
should have been spanked more, is what you're saying?
Yeah, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Just kidding.
But people along that line, Epstein.
Yeah.
They like to spank children. I'm being grotesque here.
Ew.
That is morally wrong. Okay.
God.
Spanking. My wife and I adopted the policy of we will not spank our children. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I was sad by that.
And you can see how that worked. So as a teacher, I will say this. You can't treat every single kid identical. I can treat them fair, but not identical. Because sometimes you'd have a student. Now, I'm not saying I should spank them. I'm just pointing the concept out here. There are some students, all you have to do is, look at them and go, don't do that. And they'll go, sorry, and not do it again. There are others that you have to, take the next step further and go, what in the hell are you doing? Stop it. They will listen then. But a lot of that has to do with what their home life is like, too. Mm-hmm. So anyway, getting back to this is, generally speaking, I don't like spanking.
Yeah. So I agree. I think it's I know you are, Franklin. I think it's abuse in most scenarios. Now, I know this sounds weird, guys. Let me explain. Because I've read studies about this. Mm-hmm. So there have been some studies that show that, let's say you're in a neighborhood where there's lots of gang activities, okay? And you have a child that is going out to hang out with the gangs, is getting involved in some real shady shit, will not listen to you. I could see, honestly, in a scenario like that, you got to do what you have to do to keep the child from dying, getting hurt, or going down. I know this sounds dark, but that is very rare circumstances. Very, very rare. And I think in the vast majority of cases, it's abusive. All right. And a lot of time, and I know that sounds dark that I'm saying that, guys, but I worked in like a group home and stuff, and um, we obviously we never did that, but there are some very dark things that can happen when parents are not able to control the situation. Now, obviously, I don't think you should go crazy with it. I also should point out that in some cultures, spanking is not viewed as badly as in ours. That does not mean it's good. Um,
But
Okay.
excuse me.
A bright love, I've seen 2 different studies, and it's only in very severe circumstances that it could ever be calculated as having a good effect, and that would be almost so rare as to just be disregarded. It doesn't ever have to work.
And to be honest, the fear that the child has when a parent threatens, "You do that again, and I'm going to spank you from here to tomorrow."
Yeah.
They may never touch the child, but that fear that puts in them sometimes with some kids will
Yeah.
make them go, "Oh my God, I don't want that to happen." And you
Yeah.
know, because they do, there comes a point where they do operate on, I'm not going to do that for fear of being punished, because that's where they're operating at that time.
Yes. Because it's traumatizing, guys. The
Mhm.
thing here is like you should never traumatize a child by beating them. Obviously, it's only ever bad. Okay, unless their life is directly threatened and you have no other option, which is so rare, especially unless you're like in a war zone or something. I don't suspect that that's going to be a problem, right?
And also too, like as my son said, culturally, I mean, there are some cultures that use that threat, or
Mhm.
maybe don't do it once or twice, and they remind them,
Yeah,
stop. You remember what happened? You did
I
this
know
last time?
body swap.
Stop.
Yeah,
Now, I know that can be a little rough on a very young child's mind, but it also, they're using the experience to try to change what the child is doing that they really shouldn't be doing. If you
right.
understand what I mean, where I'm going with this.
Yes. So it's okay. Um, anyway, moving on, guys. So we'll go on to the next one. So, but it says here, this disturbs me, guys, that it says 23% of Americans view it as morally wrong. So, like, that's a lot. 75% of Americans don't view it as morally wrong. I mean, that's pretty bad. Okay, that is very, very
Of
bad.
course, and I've actually had some people tell me your kid is screaming and throwing a tantrum in the grocery store, and they're on the floor, so you pick them up and give them a swat on the behind as
Mhm.
spanking.
Yeah.
That's a little different.
Well, is it? I don't know if it is. I mean, I don't know. Like,
I would say stand up and I'll do it to you, but I'm afraid you'd go, "Oh, how do you like
yeah, okay. No, but like I think that is viewed as spanking, right? If you hit a
That's what
child,
I'm saying. It may not even be real hard, but it's like,
yeah,
just a little bit of a hard tap. It's
right.
not the same thing in
Yeah.
my view.
Yes. Okay, so moving on here, guys. By the way, I will say this, guys. None of this would be a problem if we had a functioning society where everyone was provided for, where there wasn't like there wasn't where people weren't living in poverty, where there wasn't this threat of violence a lot of the time. Okay, none, like this wouldn't even be an issue if we actually just provided for people. You see what
Now,
I mean?
You also
In my
find
opinion.
you also find, some of the issues also arriving with people with money, where their kids, they don't spank their kids or anything, and the kids are absolutely horrible. I mean,
Yeah.
I've taught some like that who had wealth, and it's like, some of them are really, really good people. So others were, I'm wealthy, my parents are important, so I'll do what I want to.
Yeah.
Well, okay, spanking isn't going to solve that issue, but
Mm-hmm.
the responsibility issue. So it isn't just confined. Poverty is stressed on people in
Yes.
most cases.
Mm-hmm. But that makes it so much harder to like control the situation you're in and stuff.
Yeah.
It limits your options for combating
Right.
behavior that's bad.
And I'm going to say, and having money prompts parents, in my experience, a lot of parents too, just
Yeah.
that's my son, that's my daughter.
Yeah.
I don't care.
All right, guys. Let's go on to the next one here. So that's an interesting one, I thought. Okay. So this next one here is using marijuana. Using marijuana. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Using marijuana. What do you think, Dad? Is it immoral to use marijuana?
Once again, as long as you're responsible with it, I don't have a problem.
Same.
You got to realize, I also grew up in the
Base,
60s
Franklin.
and 70s and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Franklin, I'd show you. I have something next to my computer that I can't show you guys, but it's been up there forever. But yes, I also partake in the crop. Actually, like almost never anymore. But yes, I got you there, right? So I have no problem with marijuana. Yeah, my dad has tried it before. We talked about that on the last stream. And 76% of Americans don't view it as morally wrong. Great. Love that. You can make that decision for yourselves. All right.
Yeah, and once again, moderation, or you don't cross over that threshold.
Yeah.
Just like almost everything else here.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah, exactly. True. Getting a divorce. What do you think, Dad? Getting a divorce.
Once again, it. I don't have anything against divorce, and I know a lot of
Bright Love.
Pardon me.
Sorry, I was. Bright Love said you can dab vicariously through me. Oh, Bright Love, I definitely will. Thank you. Let me know how it goes. Okay.
In a lot of religions, they say God ordained that marriage, so you shouldn't, as human beings, break that marriage apart. Well, let's assume God is up there when you get married going, oh, what the hell are you doing? You aren't even made for each other. So who's to know what's made in heaven or what's made by God? And things can happen.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, things can happen that it creates situations, and to keep two people in a situation, or even if it's just one of them, in a state of very, very mental frailty is wrong.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I don't give a shit about divorce. I mean, if I had my way, guys, marriage wouldn't even be a legal concept. That'd be a personal concept. But I get it. I get that it's useful for some things or whatever. But I just don't think. It's up, it's whatever. Bye-bye, grind car.
I mean, it's also, there are bumps in the road, just like anything.
Yep.
And I think, you should take some steps to try to resolve that, because it may not be right. You may end up, getting divorced and going, what the hell did we do?
Yeah.
So, it shouldn't be just chosen willy-nilly. Now, if you catch somebody, we're going back to affairs, but if you catch your significant other, your spouse, in a really bad sexual situation, and it's like, what? Then that's I'm just using that as a broad example. You find that she's he is a murderer. That's
Yeah, like what? Anyway, I was gonna say Melania when she. Anyway, probably found it. Anyway, so okay, let's skip the last few here, guys. The rest of these are kind of just not as I don't know. They're like being extremely rich. 81% of people say that's not immoral. I think it is. 18% say it's not. It is. 18% of people say it's immoral. I think it is immoral to be very rich. I know that is very. Not a popular belief, but I think it's very immoral to be ridiculously rich if you're hoarding wealth while others are suffering.
That's right. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
You can do so much good, and yet you let people suffer or die because you decide you want to keep your money until the day you die.
And practically by definition these days, if you have a lot of money, you are doing that. I'm sorry, but you are. So forgive me for saying that. I do think it's immoral to be very rich, and I know that a lot of people may disagree with that, but hey, okay, Gwen. But see, Gwen, even then, even if you just give it away to assist humanity, okay, that's cute and stuff. But then you're not rich anymore, so it's okay, right? if you give away enough that you're not rich anymore, then fair. But it also gives you an extraordinary amount of power to be the one that decides where this vast amount of wealth goes. It isn't, charity is not just about helping people for a lot of rich people. It's about power. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Elon.
Gwen, Bill Gates still is a multi-billionaire, and he has his name on everything, and he was molesting kids, remember? So like he used his wealth and his vast charity network to partially to conceal his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sorry, I'm not like targeting you, Gwen. I'm just I do not like the charity argument. Okay, why are we ceding to private tyrants the ability to control society?
Elon Musk. I don't know if you read some of these articles, but research has been done, and he talks about, well, I give money to charities, and well, he has actually set up his own charities. He's on the board. He's the one who dictates where it goes and how much goes, and quite often, he gives it, or the charities support circumstances that are of very direct interest to him. And so the question is, and also too, the fact is he has so much money. My God, he could spend thousands upon thousands daily and really not be hurt at all.
Yeah.
So it's like what?
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, Dad. Dolly Boy made a really good point. Yeah, forgive me, Gwen. I didn't mean, I love you, Gwen. I didn't mean to snap at you. It's just like a nitpicky thing of mine, the charity thing. Dolly Boy says also the charity thing is mainly just a tax write-off. Yeah,
Yes.
a lot of wealthy folks, they donate a ton to charity, then they can write it off their taxes, which means that they get to choose where the money goes, and then they get to deprive the public of those tax dollars.
And some extremely wealthy can manipulate that whole system and not pay a red cent in taxes.
Yeah.
That has happened before.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, it's just all right. Hello, you say, Kenta, why are no wealthy leftist buildings sustainable? There what do you mean wealthy leftist? How do you define leftist? Kenta, how do you define leftist? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. Anyway, I know I get a bit touchy about the rich people. Okay. Anyway, so moving on, guys. Let's go on down here. I want to go down here really fast. Let's see here. Let's go on down here. Blah, blah, blah. All right. You see this here, guys? So some of these scenarios, yeah, Kenta, that's not being a leftist. You're talking about liberals or progressives. That doesn't mean you're a leftist. But Kenta says a leftist, people who believe the rich should pay their fair share. That what you just asked. Okay, so if that's what you think is a leftist, then that's what progressives are constantly advocating for. The rich paying their fair share so that we can build affordable housing, give universal health care, and shit like that. I'm not sure what you mean, Kenta. You're proving the point. That's what leftists are advocating for. By the way, most leftists are not super wealthy. Most of the super wealthy don't side with leftists because they don't want to pay higher taxes. Okay, yeah, there's not as much money on the left. That's the reason why there may not be building as much housing, but that's literally what they advocate for all the time. So okay. Okay, so anyway, real fast, guys. There is a big difference here. I'm sure my dad could guess this. That there's a big difference on these issues about whether, whether you're Republican or Democrat, about who who believes these issues. So, for example, 71% of Republicans believe abortion is wrong, while only 24% of Democrats do. Homosexuality, 60% of Republicans view homosexuality as wrong, which does not surprise me, actually. Okay. Viewing pornography, 65. What's funny, guys, is it just me, or does it seem like there keeps being a bunch of scandals with like Republicans who end up really liking kids or really liking porn or really liking trans people, and yet 65% of them are against pornography? Okay. Yeah. All right. So anyway, patient. I just think that's funny how like the right wing are always screaming about these moral issues, but then all these scandals happen with them.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, patients choosing to end their lives with the help of a doctor. Yeah, Meowzord. Okay. again, so a lot of these things are split along these lines. All right. A lot of these things are split along these lines. All right. I'm trying to see if I missed anything here. 33% of Republicans think a divorce is wrong. That's crazy to me. All right. Okay. We get it. All right. I think we're done with this topic. So there you go. Just some fun fact there. I thought it'd be fun to talk about that. Some of the moral beliefs of Americans. All right. Lastly, guys, do you want to go after, do you want to go to that? I just noticed.
I just was curious.
Oh, I got you. So let's do something kind of fun. Let's do something kind of fun, folks. I know, Gwen, me too.
Are y'all going to do this?
Yeah.
Y'all going to do this?
There you go. Okay. That's funny. So guys, I'm going to put I almost said I'm going to put a twink in chat. I meant I'm going to put a link in chat. Okay. And I'm going to put 2 different links in chat here, guys, because I want you guys to play along with us if you can. Here is the first link. It's to a quiz on the New York Times. And if you can't open it because of because you have a paywall, let me send you a different link. Here is the alternative link. And if you use the alternative link, okay, what you need to do is so the second link, if you use that one, look up on my screen here for a second. I'm sorry, I'm doing the teacher bit here. Look up on my screen, everyone. Okay. If you do have a paywall for the first link.
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Go to the second link. Okay. And then what you'll do is you'll go down. This is kind of a workaround. Go down to the bottom of the article, and there will be a link at the very bottom right here. You can see it on my screen in the last paragraph that says how y'all use and you guys talk. Okay. I'll give everyone a moment. Has everyone opened it up that wants to take it? Okay. This is what this quiz is. I'm going to have my dad take it. Don't we all, LaCroix? Who doesn't want a twink in chat? Okay. So, don't laugh, Dad. Okay. You only see one link? That's bizarre. Did you all get it? Oh, you're right. I see it. You're right, Gwen. Here, let me put up the second one. I see what you mean, Gwen. Here, I'll put it back up. Oops. Copy. I'll try it again. You got it, guys? There you go, Gwen. I just re-put the second link in the YouTube. All right. You all got it? Okay. So this is a really cool quiz that was made by linguists, apparently. And what it is, guys, is it will, guys, anyone who speaks English can take this. Okay. I'm guessing you all speak English since you're watching us. So what it'll do, what this will do, okay, is it will ask you a series of questions about how you say certain words in English. So for example, this first question here, how would you address a group of 2 or more people? And it gives you a bunch of options. Do you say you all? Do you say yous? Do you say you lot, you guys, you uns? Okay. You choose how you phrase these things. This quiz will try to guess where in the United States or in the world you're from based off of your answers to these questions. And it is pretty accurate, okay? It is very accurate in terms of determining generally where you're from in the English-speaking world. Now, it is America-centric, but if you're not from America, it will say, oh, you're clearly not from America, okay? So I want you guys to take it and then tell me if it got it right, where you're from originally, okay? And again, this is where you're from originally or where you've lived the longest. It can get confused. If you've lived like multiple places and you have a mixed dialect, it can get kind of confused. It can also determine if English is your second language. All right. So go ahead and take it. I'm going to take it with my dad. So Dad, of these, what does the way you speak say about where you're from? So how would you address a group of 2 or more people?
Well, I see 2 answers there. So
which one do you use the most?
I would go you all.
You all?
Yeah, I use several of those in the classroom just to mix things up.
Yep. But... Okay. And then it'll show you guys. So as you see here, guys, on the left, it'll show a map after your answer of where people are that answered that question. So right, you see that light area, Dad? That's where most of the people who say you all are from.
Which is not.
It's near Ohio. Okay.
It's southern Ohio, I noticed.
Yeah, but that's near Ohio. They calculate not all of them will be perfect. Okay. What do you call the small... Thank you so much, Jonas. Thank you very much for all those contributions. Thank you. Okay. Amazing. Next one here. What do you call the small gray bug that curls up into a ball when it's touched?
Oh God, there's several. I'll say the pill bug.
That's not what you've called it. And
I've called it a pill bug. I've called it a
you
roly poly.
Thank you. That's what, like, growing up, you always called it, for me at least, a roly
Because you're
poly.
kids.
Okay, well, we don't. You can answer it the way you want. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, go ahead. So, what do you call a traffic jam caused by drivers slowing down to look at an accident or other diversion on the side of the road? I call it a goddamn headache. I hate when people do that. Okay, like, you don't need to slow down to look at the goddamn accident. I hate that shit.
I don't really use the term, but I'd have to say if I did, it
You can also do other if there, or if you have no word for it, you could. That's also an option.
rubbernecking is the one I've always heard, and the very few times I've used it. So it's either that or other.
Yeah, Meowsword, isn't it good? It got Meowsword correct. Okay. All right. I've never heard rubbernecking. Interesting. Okay. How do you pronounce that word, Dad? I don't even want to say it.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
Druzilla.
Ant.
Druzilla, try the second link I sent and then go down to the end of that article, and there will be a link that'll get around the paywall. You say ant like ant?
Ant.
Okay. There we go. That got you there. How do you pronounce that word, Dad?
Okay. I pronounce it two ways, but most of my life I've pronounced it caramel.
There we go. So the first one, right? Me too. Does anyone here say caramel? That's so weird. You're all weird if you say caramel. The correct one is caramel, right? It's caramel. All right. In my opinion. What do you call an easy high school or college class?
Wow. Of course, this is a generational thing now. I'd say other.
Other? Okay, me too. That's what I did too, Dad, because I'm like, no one.
And
I've never
those
heard
could
any
be
of
more
these.
modern terms too.
Yeah. Okay. What do you call the insect that flies around in summer and glows in the dark?
Lightning bug.
Me too, right? Lightning bug. All right. Here we go. What do you call the sweet spread that is put on a cake? Frosting or icing?
Icing.
All right.
Well, icing.
Yeah. Alyssa, then there should be an option there that'll be I don't know or other, because you haven't heard of most of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So icing. Yep. Perfect. Here we go. What do you call large motor vehicles used to carry freight?
Oh, semi.
A semi?
Yeah.
Okay. I've always said semi truck. I think maybe I've said semi.
It could be semi truck, or truck to me.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
semi.
that's
if I'm out
fair.
driving. Oh, look at that semi.
Right. Okay. It's a firefly. No, it's not. It's a lightning bug, Demosthenes. How dare you? Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay. So what do you call something that is across both streets from you at an intersection? So like across the street from you at an intersection on the other corner.
What do you call something that is across both streets? Oh, I see. So it's diagonal.
Yeah. Yep, there you go, Alyssa. It was right for you. A rave bug, right? Crawl, that'd be amazing. Welcome, Crawl.
I'd have to say catty corner.
Me too. Okay, I always say catty corner.
Yeah.
Does anyone say something different than catty corner? You guys just say diagonal? Okay, Diagon Alley? That's funny, Kenta. Okay. What is that, Harry Potter? Okay. What do you call a big road on which you drive relatively fast?
Freeway.
Yep, it's a freeway, folks. It's a freeway. Okay, obviously, guys, don't listen to me. Do what you say, okay? The road you drive fast on is the freeway. Okay. What do you call the small road parallel? No, it's not. It's not a highway. You're all wrong. What do you call the small road parallel to the highway?
Service road. There it is. Service road.
Yep, service road. That's what we call it here. How do you pronounce that word, Dad?
How have you been? Been. Is there a bin there? Oh.
Yes, like sit, bin, or
sit,
bin.
bin.
Sit. Yeah,
sit,
it would be this one, I
bin,
think.
Sit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, guy. Yeah, you do have. So, Alyssa, it'll ask you different questions depending on your responses. So you're not all going to get the same questions. All right.
Really?
Yeah, no. So
Oh.
it changes depending on what you answer to try and narrow it down.
Got
Mine thinks I talk like I'm from Fresno or Bakerfield. I live on the East Coast, but that tracks. I'm not like most around here. Gotcha, Franklin. Interesting. Do you pronounce cot? Oh, those two words the same, Dad?
Do you pronounce cot or caught? Caught the same. Caught. Yeah, a little different, but the same.
Okay,
basically.
me too. All right. Yeah, guys, sometimes it won't get the exact city correct. It'll get the area. It's oftentimes will get the general area correct. So like it doesn't have like every city in the United States in there. Okay. How do you pronounce that word, Dad?
Crayon. Crayon. There we go. This one right here.
This one?
Yeah, crayon.
Okay. What do you call the night before Halloween?
Trick or treat.
The night before Halloween?
Traditionally, in this part of Ohio, we would have trick or treat the night before Halloween.
Okay, I think they mean literally the day before Halloween. I don't think they mean the activity.
Well, it says here trick night.
Yeah, but that's not trick or treat.
Devil's night, devil's eye.
Well, that is so weird, Meowswood. Really? That's what you call it?
Night, trick night. Jeez, I have no word for this.
That's what I put too, because there is no word for it. And look, that's pretty common for most of the country. They don't have a word for it. What do you call a drive-through liquor store?
Party bar.
Yeah, look what.
Beer bar.
It got you exactly right, SoCal. Amazing. What do you? I don't know about this one, Dad. Like I want to see what you said, but
God, I've heard of some of these, but God.
Okay, Dolly Boy. So it didn't catch that you were from the UK. Damn it. All right.
Okay, I'd say we have these in my area, but have no special term for them.
Oh, me too. That's what I put.
Drive-through.
Yeah, that's what I
drive-through,
put. We
but
didn't
there's
really
no
have that.
drive-through.
Yeah. Yeah, we do, Jonas. Especially in the South, there's drive-through liquor stores. Not as much where I'm from, though. What do you call the thing from which you might drink water in a school?
I've heard of all these. Water fountain.
Yeah, water fountain. That's what we got too. I got that too. And on the East Coast, guys, when I lived in Boston, they called them bubblers. Okay, how do you pronounce the words, these three words?
Mary, Mary, and Mary. Gosh.
They're all the same. Okay, all pronounced the same. Interesting, Louise. I guess for the folks that are from outside the U.S., they guess maybe they don't have one for that. That's interesting. They used to. Okay. What do you call the small freshwater lobster often found in lakes and streams?
Oh, God. I've used a couple of these. Crayfish.
Yep, crayfish. What do you call the rubber-soled shoes worn in gym class or athletic activities?
Tennis shoes.
Yep, that's what I did too, Dad. Tennis shoes. What do you call it when rain falls while the sun is shining? I don't think we...
Wolf is giving birth. What? Beating his wife. Monkey's way. Pineapple rain. Liquid sunshine. I don't have any.
Yeah, me neither. I couldn't. I've never heard of a word for this, folks. Never. Okay, look at that. Look, see, in Ohio, that is most people don't have a word for it up here. That's mainly a South thing. What do you call a traffic situation in which several roads meet a circle?
Difficult.
Yeah, I know, right?
In which several roads meet in a circle. Roundabout.
Roundabout. Guys, I'm sorry, from the UK. It used to have an option where it would say you're from outside the US. I apologize, okay? All right, roundabout. What do you call a sweetened carbonated beverage?
Pop.
Yep, it's pop. It is absolutely pop. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong. All right. What do you call a lawn sandwich that contains cold cuts, lettuce, and so on?
Sub.
It's a sub, correct. All right, let's see what they got, Dad. So, they actually didn't do as great for you, but actually kind of in the Midwest area. Louisville, Lexington, kind of up near here. This actually makes sense because, Dad, you have more connections to Indiana and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I did it, I got Columbus dead on, but you answered some differently than I did. But I think it's because of your family, because your dad was from Indiana.
I hesitate because he was not from Southern. He was more from
Yeah,
north of
I
Indianapolis.
will say though, some of your answers were more like were for like Southern, or were like more country. How do I frame it that way?
Because my dad had some little phrases and terms that he would say, or he'd make fun of us being
Yes.
from Central Ohio, how we would like creek and crick.
Yes, yeah. But like some of them, but look, it's still Ohio is basically in there because
Yeah,
look
it
how red
is.
it is. So it's in the right area here. Okay. So Mayflower Kid, Indiana is different than Ohio. Trust me. Okay, dear God, it is. All right.
What?
She said, maybe if Mayflower Kid said acting like Indiana is different from Ohio. It is, Mayflower Kid. Dear God. Huh. It is. I swear to God. All right.
You're disrespecting the state my dad was born and raised in?
Yes.
And whose your middle name is named after his grandfather who
I'm sorry.
raised him?
Are you doing, what is that called? What is that called, guys? When you
Shaming you with justice.
You're straw manning. I have no problem with that person. I have no problem with Grandpa. I have a problem with the state of Indiana. Okay.
I have a problem with you in the state of being confused.
Okay. Yeah, Demosthenes, it's kind of, right? Demosthenes lives in Indiana and says Indiana is just fine, sort of, kind of. That's kind of the whole state there. It's just sort of, kind of, isn't it?
It's like in Ohio, the further south you go, the more, what I want to say, Kentucky it becomes.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Oh, wow. Go on, Paparevolt. Tell him about how you came on the Mayflower. Jonas, I swear to God. Okay.
I came on the Mayflower?
Yeah, how we like.
Okay, now,
on the Mayflower.
since you asked.
Oh, God, no, please. It's not okay. All right. Don't worry. We only slaughtered a few natives, I'm sure.
Grab
folks.
yourself a drink and a meal, and I'll explain.
Actually, my dad, guys, does do a ton of ancestry research. Maybe we'll have a stream sometime where he talks about the history of our family. So just as like a history lesson thing, it'll be interesting. Okay.
Some of it makes me
uncomfortable.
Get in a fetal position, rock back and forth, suck my thumb, and go, "Mommy."
Right? Oh, good Lord. All right. So there you go, guys. It's just sort of a fun game that it's really good at telling. And isn't it weird how we all pronounce things differently? Yeah, it's a very weird. That's because Greater Cincinnati extends into Dayton, Ohio, into Covington, Kentucky. Correct, Franklin.
Yep.
It's all one big city. It is. LaQuaz says, the major thing I heard to tell if someone is from Colorado is the person doesn't pronounce the T in mountain. Mountain. I guess we say mountains really weird. Yeah, people in here make fun of me for not pronouncing my INGs, but that's like very much, a lot of people around here don't pronounce their INGs.
Yeah, he doesn't pronounce his I's and G's, which is really unique when you hear him say iguana.
I mean, like INGs at the end of a word, okay?
Iguana.
Yeah, okay. Dolly Boy says also caramel is the only way to pronounce it. Dolly Boy, go back to your doghouse, okay? Get back in there, Dolly Boy. Bad boy, okay?
I'm going to have to say something, because in Columbus, it's really unique.
Correct.
Downtown Columbus is almost like a line.
Yes.
Southern Columbus, you have that influence of the Appalachian Mountains and northern Kentucky, but you go north of it, and it gets quite a ways away from that. So it's really unique.
Yeah. Yes. So notice Franklin here says that comes from being so close to Appalachia in Chicago, Boston. Yeah. So yeah, Macy, you don't hear me hear this. I don't even notice the word gain, for example. I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's gain. G-A-N-G is gain. Okay. What do you want me to say? Ganga? Like, how do you pronounce it? There's no other way to pronounce it. Okay. What? The G-A-N-G.
Oh, ganga.
It's, oh my God. Okay. It's gang. All right. God. How dare all of you? You're all wrong. Okay. I'm the only one that pronounces anything correctly.
I got Jesus Christ sitting next to me.
You do. All right. Things are from Baltimore mythical. That's funny, guys. For the UK, I'm sorry. It used to actually say if you weren't from America. Anyway, okay. I grew up with caramel, but I switched to Carmel because it's more fun. Same with y'all. Y'all is just a good word. I agree. Y'all's just easy to say. Y'all's. All right. Hello, Drizella. Okay. All right, guys. So that's that. I just thought that'd be kind of fun.
Hope y'all enjoyed it.
Yeah. I hope y'all enjoyed okay. All of you, Dolly Boy says, all of yous in your weird way of speaking. Dolly Boy being from Scotland.
Why y'all talking about me?
Yeah, Jonas, but okay, Jonas says Jonas is English, is from the UK. Says all I'm saying is I learned English from the country it originates from. Therefore, I'm right. Strong disagree.
What
Strong
part
disagree,
of the country,
Jonas.
though? What part? Because there's
Yeah.
a lot of differences even there.
Yeah, we perfected it over here in America.
I
okay?
think Cockney is the real English.
Yeah, well, do about it, folks. I'm going down to the beach. I'm going down to okay, I can't even do it. I'm making fun of some of your accents. I am. Okay. Anyway, shame on all of you. Okay, no, I'm kidding. You know, actually, anyway, there's a lot of really insane American accents. I'm lucky, by the way. My dad and I are kind of lucky. So in the United States, sort of the accent that is sort of used in TV is pretty much the Midwestern accent. It's kind of viewed as like the normal accent. It's not, but it's kind of like considered the standard accent.
Yeah, and when you listen to national news broadcasts, the news people have the accent of that they're trained how to talk with kind of like this Midwestern Ohio type accent.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Dolly Boy, that's funny. Dolly Boy says, actually, my accent is so clean that it's considered as close to being without accent as the UK. So, I didn't know you were English, Dolly Boy. Is that what you're saying? That you're English? Huh. Yeah, I've always knew, Dolly Boy, that you were closely associated with the UK. Always knew that, Dolly Boy. Anyway, no. Dolly Boy, don't be mean. I'm just stating a fact.
Dolly Boy?
Scotland.
Oh, Scotland.
Yeah, so my dad just realized how offensive I'm being.
I forgot that was.
So yeah, Jonas says, nah, I prefer the Florida accent, the best state in the U.S. Right, Jonas, I'm sure. Okay.
Mixture Florida, you said?
Yeah, he said
it's a mixture of a lot of Midwestern accents because of all the old people that moved down there, the snowbirds.
Yeah, yes. You got, but yeah, yes. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah. Anyway, guys, I don't blame you, Franklin. Okay, thank you very much, folks, for playing. I'm going to put our face up. Dad, we are going to do the quiz now, the UK trivia quiz. If you want to stay, you want to stay and do it? Oh, where's our face? Okay. I know, guys. I just like offending Dolly Boy. It's my pastime. I need to get a new joke though. The making fun of him for being Scottish is kind of getting repetitive. I need something else to go after him on except for that, okay? So what we're going to do now, guys, first things I'm going to do is I'm going to pee, okay? I have my dad, my bladder is like a walnut. And he's going
to get himself a pint.
Yes, I'm going to get myself a pint, right?
Scotch ale.
Right, okay, there you go. I wish, all right?
Or...
So, yeah. I'm going to get a pee break. I'm going to do a pee break. And then what we're going to do, guys, is right after that, we are going to do a quiz to see how much all of you know about the UK. All right? Because we have a lot of people in here from the UK. I know, Sir Bartholomew. And I thought it'd be fun especially for the people in who aren't from the UK. Let's see how much all of us know about the UK, since we're very America-centric.
Yeah, and at one time, the sun never set on the British Empire.
Yeah.
Therefore, we should know something.
Yes, we should. Okay. So in the meantime, while I go pee, folks, I am going to copy and paste the link here. All right.
While you go pee?
While I go pee, I'm going to do that. Okay.
Stop that.
I just posted it in the chat, folks. You can use that link if you want to play with us. Come play with us. That sounds creepy. So I'm going to go urinate. I'll be right back. My dad will keep you company, though.
I will.
Okay, my dad will keep you company, yes. I'm going to be playing too, by the way, because let's see if I embarrass myself about what I know about the UK, all right? 1 second. Oh, my God, Jonas. So, Dad, okay. Jonas called himself low IQ Somali. He is Somali.
Oh,
because that's what Trump said about Somali.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, my God, Jonas. Oh, all right. I'm so sorry for our president.
Well, wasn't it the Somalis that was also the cats and the dogs?
No, Haitians.
Haitians. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. You know, pick your minority group. He's gonna say something demonic about them. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. My dad will keep you company and entertain.
Yeah. Hi. I'm not sitting close enough to the screen where I can read anything.
Then sit down in my chair. What are you? You're not immobile.
Not in that chair. You were sitting in it. Okay, let's see if I can read. I know nothing, so I'm going to be an observer. Okay. An act of protest. I will not be playing. Fun fact about the UK and England, the royal family isn't actually British, they're French and Nordic. You got that right. Let's see here. Pappy, have you used the Mormon genealogy site? Where'd the rest of that go? Okay, have you used the Mormon genealogy site? It's very good. Yes, I have. I have used it, and it is very good. It is very good. My problem is that now here's something that's really weird. On my mom's side, that would have to be I have to find out from Germany and Sicily because that's where my grandparents were from. On my dad's side, I hit a brick wall, partly because, come to find out, that my dad's last name, there comes a point in the 1800s. This is so bizarre. In the 1800s, somebody of nobility who owned this big estate in England died, and they were trying to find his next of kin. Well, two people from London thought, hey, let's make money on this. And so they established a genealogy of that person that was pretty wide and sweeping that said if you had this last name, I mean, you could actually trace it. They obviously didn't use correct information, right back to that guy. And so there are literally hundreds of Americans who went, oh, I can get it. I can get his estate and all that, the inheritance, because they printed it off and sold it. And turned out it was fake. And the thing is, it wasn't proven to be fake until years later, because as this genealogy was being used, it was accepted by authentic genealogists. And it made its way into a lot of the genealogy books over here, over in the UK, and was considered correct. So I traced mine back through there, and by God, I kind of curse being a social studies teacher, but I also, whenever I find something, I want double, triple, sometimes if there's an issue, quadruple the sources. And that's when I found out from another very well-known genealogy group that said, here's the story, don't use this stuff. And the problem is there's still legitimate genealogical associations that use this because they haven't corrected it or it's not well known to correct it. So I had to wipe out practically all of that on my dad's side up until what was it? It would have been my dad, my grandfather, my great grandfather, my great great grandfather, at my great 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 grandfather, something like that. I had to wipe it out from there back, and I had gone back all the way to about the 1066, believe it or not. Well, that's what actually got me confused, because I'm going, oh, come on, 1066, the invasion of England
Conquest.
and all that. Pardon me?
The Norman Conquest?
Yeah, the Norman Conquest.
All right, guys, everyone ready? I don't know what my dad's babbling about, but we're going to start, okay? So I'm going to be playing too to see how I do.
Well, how can I play?
You can play on your phone if you want to. So if you have, here, I got it. Let me show you here. How do I, can you get into your phone for me if you don't mind? All right, because Sam has style. I do. Oh, thank you. Thank you guys. You say I look good today. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, guys, feel free to send any contributions you'd like as well. I haven't done any self-advocacy this time around, but, I'm always trying to take your money from you.
You sure? Never mind.
All right, so go ahead and choose a name. All right. Hello, Theodore. Hello, Theodore. All right. Pick a name. Please don't take forever.
I'm old.
No, I
That's
know.
called abuse of the elderly.
No, it's called that you like are take way too much time to come up with a name. Okay, good. Hey, you know what? I support that. I support that. Okay. All right. Everyone ready? Okay, I'm ready. So we'll see how we all do here. This is about. Okay.
Okay, the first question is, see your nickname on the screen. There's no way to answer that.
What'd you say?
I said the first question is, see your nickname on the screen. That's the first question.
Okay. So, let's go, guys. Ready? Let us begin. Let me put my thing on so I can hear. These will be all questions about the UK. So I don't know how good they are. I kind of briefly went over what they were, but I didn't want to cheat, so I didn't look at them too closely. So hopefully they're good. Everyone ready? Let's go.
Okay, so I should be kind of quiet.
Not necessarily. I mean, just don't say out loud what you think the answer is. Okay, that'd be preferable. All right. Question number 1. What is the second largest city in England? What is the second largest city in England? Shit. Okay.
Birmingham.
Oh. Oops. I guess the correct answer was Birmingham. Oh, okay. Well, hey, okay, so it looks like why is it so quiet, by the way? I want to hear the cute music, guys. I want to hear the cute music. So I guess the second largest city, and this is good, guys. Good start. I got it right. Of course I got it right. Everyone, next one. Okay, I guess Mithril, Sir Keir, Dolly Boy, Low IQ Somali, and Mayflower. I don't want to say that, Jonas, over and over again. And Mayflower Kid got it right. That's embarrassing. Okay. Next one. Which of these phrases is not another name for a cup of tea? I think I know.
I just got banned off my phone. I have no idea.
I think I know this one. I should know this one. Yes! Okay, sorry. That was loud. The correct answer was a scoop. A scoop. Really, Mouser, that's a thing? A spot? Isn't it like a spot of tea? I guess it would be a spot. I guess that is a word, too. But okay, scoop was the correct answer. Mithril, In Your Groove, Laws, Jester, Sir Keir, which is me, Dolly Boy, CR's actual dad. Okay, anyway, that's Macon. Jonas. Okay, yeah, okay. Well done, everyone. Which flag is this? Which flag is this? Oh, I know that one. Okay. What would I know about tea, Jonas? I know a lot about tea. I know you add water to it, and you put it in a cup. Anyway, Invalid Axiom. Hello, Invalid Axiom. Who do you think your actual... Probably you, Invalid Axiom. Okay. No, Jonas, you don't. That's a lie. Okay. Wales. Wales is the correct answer. That was the Welsh flag, everyone. That was the Welsh flag. Okay, which everyone knows. Everyone knows that. I'm not even going to go through who all got that right because I do love tea. That's a cardinal sin. You're a cardinal sin, Jonas. All right. Moving on. Which football club? I have no idea. I don't know who. What? Which football club does David Beckham now own? Like, the hell if I know? Okay, okay, who cares? Like, this is not fair. I don't. All right, I'll make a guess. Yeah, okay, whatever. Who knows? That's not a real thing. I don't even know if that's a real sport. Looks like Inter Miami, whatever the hell that is. Okay, that's not. Who cares about sports, really, anyway? All right, Mithril, of course, all the English people. Mithril, Louise, Sir Keir, Dolly Boy, and CR's actual dad. Okay, well, all right, whatever. Okay, this is embarrassing. You're talking to someone about a place. Which of these words do you use? There, okay. There. Oh, I see, okay. This is why we had a war for independence. You humiliate me. Okay, good. Well, that's good at least. Thank God for that. Mithril has a streak with 5 correct answers in a row. Great job, Mithril. Wow. I wonder why you're doing so well, Mithril. Maybe it's because you're from there. Okay, going on. Okay, who is pictured here? Oh, God. Oh, that's a good picture, though. All right. You got one? Yay, SoCal.
Somebody in badly need of a haircut.
That's for sure. Looks like Trump light to me. Yay! I'm so glad at least we all know Boris Johnson. Okay. Most of you got it right. Sir Keir has the highest answer streak of 6. That's fantastic. That might be the biggest success that Keir Starmer has ever had in his life. Okay, moving on. Okay, what is pictured here? Oh, well, that's super hard, guys. I'm sure everyone's gonna get that one wrong. I mean, technically, true. 2 of those answers are correct, right? I mean, technically, Stonehenge is just some stones, right?
And do you know, not too far from Stonehenge is also, when I say not too far, a walk, you can actually go to something recently discovered called Woodhenge.
Yep. That's the Cliffs of Dover. I don't know. Invalid accent. All these things mixed together in my head. Guys, I'm being an asshole. I love the UK, okay?
Dover.
Yes. All right. Okay. Mithril has an answer streak with 7 correct answers in a row. All right. Football is the national sport of England. Which one of these is not a popular sport in England?
Pick the one that's not.
Okay. I don't know. I'm deeply confused. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, thank God. I was like, I thought the rest of those I thought were like English things, but then I'm like, I don't know. Okay. Whatever. I should stop talking. Most people got it right. Dolly Boy, shut up, Dad. Dolly Boy has a streak with 8 correct answers in a row. All right. That's unfortunate. Okay. What's this? Name King. I don't give a shit. Name King Charles' current wife. Is she alive? Like, what's the? Okay, I don't know. Oh my God, why do I have to embarrass myself with this? You know, well. Okay, I'll do that one. I don't know. Does she have any role, or is it just like, oh my God, okay, well, there's another one I got wrong. Okay, God damn it.
I think she was actually named the Queen.
She's the Queen,
she?
But like, she doesn't have any power though, right? Because she's not officially part of the royal succession or whatever. Like, she's not. I mean, right. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. Mithril has the high. Gosh, this is unfair. This is a bias. Okay, this is a very biased quiz.
He's from England.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's English. That's why.
That's the joke.
No, he's very smart.
Okay, which of these plays was not written by Shakespeare? Is that true, the evil resident? You said your dad just taught an Englishman who traces his links back to Richard the Lionheart's great-grandfather. I never had heard of Woodhenge. Don't compliment him too much, okay? He has to be able to get out of this room so that, you know, if his head gets too big. All right, okay, it was Euripides. All right. Good job, all of you, I guess. True or false? The UK has approximately 20 million fewer citizens than Germany. Well, the UK should be part of Germany.
That's why Germany needs that all that living room.
Ew, God.
Rebensraum.
Yeah. All right. It is correct. I know UK has a significantly smaller population than Germany.
Und wir rise again.
Yeah, dear God. Okay. All right. Mithril has a streak with 11 correct answers in a row. Okay, we don't need to keep complimenting Mithril, okay?
You're wonderful.
Ew, why do we have to ask this question? The first Harry Potter book was published in...
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. One of those dates, okay? Who knows? All I know is that it was anti-trans, whatever, okay? Whatever, it's fine. Oh, wow, that was a lucky guess. Okay. 1997. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. Jonas is making a comeback with 3 in a row, okay? True or false? Ringo Starr was the original drummer for the Beatles. I think I know this one. I hope I know this one. Oh, thank God. Okay, what was his name again? What was the name of the guy that was the original drummer? Dad, do you know?
No,
I
but
just
if
remember
I heard
that.
I know it.
Yeah. Okay, Dolly Boy has an answer streak with 13 correct answers in a row. Wow. Freedom! Okay. Yeah, anyway.
Scotch ale!
Okay. Scotch ale, okay. This is a, I don't know, what is this?
Oh.
What? This is a trick question. This has to be a trick question. This is a trick question, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to be wrong. Because you said it's probably a
Right,
trick
wait,
question.
am I wrong that this looks like a, okay, good. I was like, is this some weird thing? Do like they call it a chicken run in the UK? It's definitely just a mine. I'm sure Margaret Thatcher's probably standing outside of it screaming at the workers to work harder and demanding they never unionize. But hey, do we hear her shrill voice screaming at the miners? Okay, anyway. CR's actual dad is back with an answer streak of 3. Okay. Yeah, the evil resident. Okay. Which is correct? Which is correct? I don't know nothing about it. I know nothing about it. Nothing I don't know. It's nothing. It's nothing I don't know anything about. What? I have no idea. What the hell is that? I have no idea what that is.
I know nothing about it. Well, that's what we say over here.
I know. Is that like a what?
That's how they.
Okay, I don't get that. Is that a thing? Dolly Boy. Oh, God damn it, Dolly Boy. All right, this is repulsive. The highest mountain in the UK is Debt. Anyway, the Mountain of Debt. Forgive me, guys. You know I love the UK. I'll make fun of any country we're discussing at any point. Okay, let's see here. The highest mountain: Snowdon, Big John, Ben Nevis, Fuji. One of them sounds English. God damn it. Okay, whatever.
Ben Nevis?
Yeah.
That would be, in Hebrew, Ben means son of Nevis.
Oh, that makes, okay, I didn't know that, all right. I don't know, I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, I got it wrong.
In Your Groove is making a comeback with 3 in a row. Okay, what's this? Which is correct? Oh, I see. We're supposed to find the right sentence. I'm surprised it hasn't rained as much as it has. I'm surprised it hasn't rained more. It hasn't rained as much as I'm surprised. Hasn't it surprising rained? Okay. There we go. We all got that right. Great job, everyone. Great job. I didn't know that, guys, when we're doing this, you can actually see your position in the rankings.
I don't want to.
Okay. All right. Jonas is making a comeback. Harry Kane is... What the hell is this shit? Harry Kane is the Premier League's record goal scorer. True or false? Who is that?
Harry Kane.
I don't know who that is.
Read it.
Oh my God, I swear to God. Okay. I don't know.
You got a 50-50 chance.
I know. Trust me, I know. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna... whatever. Oh, thank God. Okay, we got half right, half wrong. Harry Kane sounds like a made-up name to me. I agree. It sounds like the name a criminal uses to hide who they actually are after robbing a bank.
Either way, 7-7. That means we are half-wits.
Half-wits? That's funny. Okay. Good God. God damn it, Jonas. You just hit an answer streak of 4. Okay, well done. Who is this? Who is this?
I know who it isn't.
I don't know. It looks like a bunch of hipsters or something. Oh, yay! Okay, that was lucky. Thank God for that. Okay, that was Oasis. I don't even know have you ever heard Oasis?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I don't know if I have. Maybe I have.
Also, the choice of Rammstein. It was like, really?
Yeah, that German, obviously. Yeah. Oh, look, guys, I'm back. Jester is back with an answer streak of 3. Yay! Look, I'm winning. All right. True or false? Wales has a completely different language.
Compared to what?
Probably English, I'm guessing. It's English. By the way, I do love the Welsh flag. It's very cool. The lion or the griffin.
Yeah, what their language is. Yeah, it's the Wales language.
Repulsive, disgusting. How dare you disrespect an entire culture? But that is really funny. Okay.
Whales are smarter than this culture over here.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. Whales are smarter than Americans. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Resident Evil. Okay, Dolly Boy has 20. Okay, you know what, Dolly Boy? Why don't you just accept victory already? Okay, dear God.
Just like y'all did at Bannockburn.
Oh, what was that voice? Okay, which of these things is Scotland not famous for? Not famous. Oh, well, that's easy. Which of these things is Scotland not famous for? Independence.
Dolly Boy's famous.
Sorry, that was an asshole thing to say. Okay. Correct. Guinness would be the correct answer there, right? Guinness would be the correct answer there. Next here. In your groove. I'm such an asshole. I need to stop going after Dolly Boy in that way. I need to think of a new insult. That's just like I'm stuck on that insult.
Just stop picking on the poor guy.
Oh my God. Okay. In your groove is making a
You've
comeback
always been
with 3
jealous
in a
of
row.
intelligence.
Shh. Okay. Dolly Boy. Okay. In your groove is making a comeback. Great job, In your groove. I'm proud of you. Ireland and Northern Ireland are 2 different countries, ? Oh God, I'm gonna get demonetized.
Dependent upon who.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah. Right? Like, I mean, yeah, that's, I guess, okay. Yeah.
Dependent upon whom, you ask.
You know, Matt Saigai, where have you been, Matt Saigai? You haven't even been here, okay? Welcome back, Matt Saigai. I'm sure you'd be failing right now. Okay, good. It is in fact true, right? Technically, they're separate. Okay. 5 participants reach an answer streak of 4. Excellent. What is this? What is this?
A question.
Oh, well, that's...
Yeah.
Okay. Nasty little bugger.
Wisconsin.
Shh. That's a badger. Badgers can be little assholes. They can be little mean little bastards. Who thinks he can dig stick? Fetty Spaghetti says Sam just doesn't have the heart to pick on people, so when he thinks of one dig, he sticks with it. Fetty, you're actually kind of right there. I don't want to. I gotta stick with the insults I know won't drive people away. Though probably will drive Dolly Boy away eventually.
Like
Dolly Boy has 23 correct answers in a row. That's repulsive. Dolly Boy is cheating. I think we can all
Way to go,
collectively
Dolly
agree.
Boy.
Do we all collectively agree that Dolly Boy is not allowed to win, even if he wins? Because he's clearly cheating. All right, moving on.
Oh, no. Why don't we just give up right now? and
Which
give
of
it to
these famous lines is from Shakespeare? Oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we all know that one. That was I would hope it wasn't let them eat cake. That, by the way, was never said, by the way. Marie Antoinette never said let them eat cake. Was invented afterwards.
She said let them eat Pop-Tarts.
Oh my God. Okay. That'd be worse than cake, though. That's almost more insulting. All right. Okay. Let's go on here. The movie Der Weiße Hai is called what in English? Oh, well. Why? That's a weird question. Is that like different in the UK? Do they use the German for this movie?
Well, a large part of their language is based on German.
Yeah, but they're not going to use German, though, in the UK. That doesn't make any sense.
If you can speak German, why not?
All right. We'll see what people say.
Were you anti-German?
Okay. Yes, Jaws. Okay. I don't know. Is there a reason why they would ask that in regards to the UK folks? Just curious. Okay. Dolly Boy has the highest. Okay. You know what? I don't even need to keep saying that. Whatever, Dolly Boy. Okay. Birmingham is famous for producing chocolate. True or false? I guess. I once flirted with a guy from Birmingham, and he was kind of cute. I don't know if that counts.
On the other hand, if it's chocolate, I don't care where it comes from as long as it's good.
That's true. Yeah. Except if it comes from Belgium, I'm not happy with it.
What?
Because of Brussels. Remember, we went to didn't have a great time in Belgium. All right, so that would be subversion, possibly submersion, because I don't know. Who knows? Evil resident. So that's true, I guess. Birmingham is well known for chocolate. Interesting. Okay, you know what, Dolly Boy? I'm not even going to read it. I think Dolly Boy's got this in the bag.
I think Hershey and Cadbury are now together.
Which type of dog is the queen famously? Does the queen
that.
I don't know, but it's probably a bitch. And by the way, I want to point out that she's not actually alive anymore, so let's be clear. I'm sorry, that was rude.
Choices are Labrador, Doberman, Corgis, or Donald Trump.
Yeah, there you go, right?
American bully.
Yeah, okay.
I'm so clever.
Okay. Yeah, she wasn't a bad person. I'm sorry. I'm just not a fan of aristocracy of any kind. Okay, there we go. Yes, corgis. Fantastic. Well done, everyone. Great. You know, God damn it, Dolly Boy. Would you let someone else get some more in a row so that I don't have to keep... Okay. Which England players scored the only goal in their opening game versus Serbia? Why the... I mean, based off what we learned previously... I don't know. I'm right in your group. Like, I don't know who these people are. Oh, well.
Oh, hey, Jude.
Hey, Jude.
What?
No. Yeah, LaCroix, those are soccer questions. And let's be clear, it is soccer questions, all right? There's no other way to call those except to call them soccer questions. We're not going to get into a debate. The only person that got it right was someone called Waterloo, which is kind of funny given the history of the UK and the Duke of Wellington. That's okay. Anyway, okay, I guess it's kind of funny. True or false? London is in the north of England. Okay. All right. That'd be the Beatles, though, Cal. Okay, yeah, right. I think that's pretty, I guess that's relative, but it's definitely the North. I know, right, Jonas? Okay, Waterloo has a streak with, who the hell is Waterloo? Dear God, is the Duke of Wellington in here? What's going on?
It's a song from ABBA.
I don't believe you, LaCroix. Okay, fine, LaCroix, I believe you.
Waterloo. I don't know the rest of the
Okay,
words.
Okay, you're a degenerate. Okay, thank you, Father, for that.
Waterloo.
Thank you for contributing to the stream. Love it. The next election in England, okay, this is probably out of date, takes place on July 4th. Name the Labour Party leader. This is out of date. This is out of date. All right. Question, does the UK party have a Labour leader? It seems like there's no leadership there. Or if there is, it's going in the wrong direction. Okay, yeah.
I knew that one.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, guys, that was the last one. Let's see who won. Let us see who won. All right. The bronze goes to Louise. Hey, Louise. Louise.
Wow.
The silver goes to Mithril.
Wow.
Mithril. Okay, 2 people from the UK so far, right? And the gold goes to
Dolly Boy.
We do not speak his name. Okay. Great job, Mithril.
Dolly Boy.
The silver wins.
Boy, Dolly
Silver
boy,
wins.
Dolly boy.
No one else won. Only
Harder
Mithril
than
won.
my son,
Only
Dolly
Mithril
boy.
won. Okay. We're not going to
Is
acknowledge.
raging angrily. Look at his face now, Dolly Boy.
I am infuriated about this. Don't celebrate, Drizilla. Dolly Boy clearly was cheating. We don't believe Dolly Boy. Okay, guys, this is ridiculous. This is clearly there's a cabal. There's an English cabal that is clearly controlling the results of this. Okay, I'm sorry, like a British cabal. All right, so we're not gonna. I don't believe it. I don't believe Dolly Boy won. Okay, I guess congratulations, Dolly Boy. Whatever. Okay. I guess we need to learn better.
Come on. Give him the credit due to him.
Yeah, what credit due to him?
For getting a medal.
No. Why would I do that? Okay. Yeah, right there you go. Okay.
Jerk!
Jerk. How dare you? Okay. I acknowledge Dolly Boy. Well done, Dolly Boy. Okay. Look at all this shit we're getting, guys. Look at all this shit. I just like the dopamine rush we get from seeing all this. All right. Okay. Well, Father, you ready to? You done?
It's about that time.
Okay. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you guys for playing.
Dear,
Shout out
the
to all
time
of our
has
UKers out there.
Gee, did we have fun? Wish that we could stay and play with you all day.
Ew, God. That sounds creepy. Dolly Boy, I'll be nice to you this one time. You're right. I'm sorry. Scotland is different from England. You are not an Englishman.
No, you're not.
Scotland has a glorious and brilliant history, deserves its independence, and is full
You're
of
a vassal of
badasses,
England
okay?
is the issue.
I'm trying to compliment Dolly Boy, Dan. Okay, I'm trying to compliment Dolly
That's
Boy.
what England's treated them as.
I know. I'm just saying. But while I'm trying to show some respect to Scotland.
I have
Okay.
been trying to do
Dolly
that.
Boy, when you're like, oh, they're a vassal. Well, I know, but I'm trying to say positive things, not only talk about the oppression, okay? You can go, Dad. Dolly Boy says, bye, Paparevolt. Thank you for actually praising me and my work.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime, Dolly Boy. Actually, any of you that my son has mentally abused,
Oh, my God. Come on.
you are special. Deep inside, you are someone. Remember that, because my son, deep inside, is no one. Thank you.
Whatever. Get out of here. By the way, there's
Really,
no...
thanks.
Yeah. I mean, practically everyone in here has been traumatized by me, so I feel like that's going to be a long... Invalid Axiom says...
Traumatized the most
I'll take...
people.
I'm sure. The Invalid Axiom says, I'll take that apology on CR's behalf, Pops. Thank you. I needed that. He always hurts me.
We should start our own club, the TBS, Traumatized by Sam.
Yeah, you could, but that would take way too much time. That'd be a very long list of people that would need to talk. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, Dad. See ya. Thank you, Dad, for stopping by. We all appreciate you, etc. All right. All right, guys. Let's move some shit around here. All right, you guys. Sam has always been good to me. You're right, Gwen. I've always been good to you. Everyone should take an example from Gwen and say the truth. All right? Okay. Let me just quickly fix some of this shit here. How's everyone doing out there? We having a lovely Friday. We having a lovely Friday. All right, lovely Friday here. I hope we all are. I hope the hell isn't burning too hot right now. The hell that we're living in. Okay? I know you do, Drizilla. You're a masochist. I know. Okay. Drizilla says that she loves the abuse. I mean, I know, right? Yeah, you're right. I did, Dolly. He did leave all of you with your abuser. So, guys, where's my stick? Let me put up my face for a second here. I hope everyone had a lovely time. I'm going to make sure I show all the comments that I haven't had a chance to unblock. Okay, I'm going to shut this crap up. Bye-bye, that one. All right, let me put my face up here. Boop. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Out some boops for those that behaved while my father was here. I'm going to hand out some boops. All right. I know a lot of you, it's very hard to keep you all in line a lot of the time. So I'm very proud of you. You all were deeply obedient and stuck to the script. Okay. Dolly Boy, you get a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Mithril gets a boop. Boop. Invalid axiom. Despite what I think is the right thing to do, I'll give you a boop. Boop. In your groove, I'll give you a boop. I don't really like you whining in your groove about being seen. I don't like that. Okay, but you get a boop. Boop. Macy gets a boop. Boop. Okay, fine then, invalid axiom. Bromp, I took away your boop. If you don't want a boop, you don't get a boop. Macon, you get a boop. Boop. Bromp, okay, fine, Lacroix. Bromp. You also get a bonk, Lacroix. Okay, because you're depressing all of us. Bonk. Be happy, Lacroix. It's Friday. Cody, you get a boop. Boop. Did you play, Cody? Hopefully you did. Okay. Depressed and stressed about work, but other than that, I'm great. I'm glad, Jonas. You get a boop from a distance. Boop. I know work sucks, doesn't it? All right. Work really does suck. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who still? Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Elliot Waffles gets a boop. Boop. God, Druzilla gets a boop, I guess. Boop. Yes, sure. You can get a double bromp, Dolly Boy. Bromp! And then a second one because you asked. Bromp! And I think that then translates into a bonk. Bonk! Because I just wanted to add the bonk. All right. And now go back to your doghouse, Dolly Boy. This is the last time I'm ever going to compliment you. The evil resident, you get a boop. Boop. All right. Oh, of course, Theodore. I'm going to give you a boop. Of course, you get the biggest boop of all time, Theodore. Boop. There you go, Theo. You got a nice boop. No, Dolly Boy, not Bork Bork, okay? Not Bork Bork, okay? You don't get that, all right? Screw you, Dolly Boy. Back to your doghouse, all right? Theo, see here. How was your day at work today, Theo? You had a good day at work, I hope? Invalid axiom, beep, beep. No, invalid axiom, we don't just make up sounds in here, okay? This is not about random sound making, to be clear. There's no such thing as a beep, beep, okay? No. Nor is there such thing as a bork. There are only boops, bonks, and bromps. Those are the only three sounds, okay? Oh, did I miss SoCal? Oh, SoCal gets a boop. Boop. All right, hello, SoCal. All right. No, okay, that's fair, Dolly Boy. I will accept arf, arf, since you are, in fact, a dog. Okay. All right, we're done with that. We're done with that. I'm getting pissed off now. I'm getting infuriated at this disobedience that's being shown to me in the chat. Okay. Wee wah, wee wah. Okay, we're done with this. Enough of these. Fetty Spaghetti, you get a boop. Boop. Thank you. I appreciate you, Fetty Spaghetti. Guys, you guys are really, you really ought to look inside yourselves and wonder, why are we so kind to our abuser? Okay, I think you have some Stockholm syndrome. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. Matt Saigai, you get a boop. Boop. Where have you been, Matt Saigai? You know what? No, Matt Saigai, you get a bonk. Bonk. Where have you been? I don't care you've been working. I don't care you've been doing research or whatever. Shame on you, Dolly. Not Dolly. Oh, sorry. Oops, I'm so used to insulting Dolly Boy. Shame on you, Matt Saigai. I don't know. I don't care what your excuse is. All right. It probably was SoCal. Okay. Good boy, Dolly Boy. All right. So, shall we continue? Shall we continue? Let's go on. Let's see what else we have to do here today, guys. I'm sure we got plenty. All right. So it is Friday, guys. We can all celebrate that. We can all celebrate the fact that it's Friday. Matt Saiga, go back to your doghouse. Yeah, I am dehumanizing Dolly Boy. Okay. You're boring. So you're boring, Matt Saiga. Okay, go. If you're bored, leave. I don't need you. Okay, I don't need you here at all. Fine. Hello, everyone. By the way, I haven't done this yet today. If you like my content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month. I promise I'm not always abusing the people in here. You can become a member for as little as $1 a month, in which case you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name and cute little emojis you can use in stream. All right. And you can, if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, in which case you will no longer have to see ads, and I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. You're the best. Dolly Boy sends 400 bits. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Really. Okay. What, Druzilla, what question? Did you see Trump's Japan joke? Yes, we're actually going to talk about that here in a second. Okay. So thank you very much, Dolly Boy. You can also send me bits over on Twitch, which I would deeply appreciate. The best way to get me to ensure that I see Body Swap, you get a boop. Boop. to ensure that I see your question is to send me bits or a super chat over on YouTube. Okay. You can also send me a donation on right here. Buy me a coffee. You can use that QR code. It's also linked to the top of the chat on both YouTube and Twitch. All right. Okay. So feel free to do any of those things. Deeply appreciated. I basically survive off your donations. I am but a jester. You can just throw me a coin. All right. Toss a coin to your jester. All right. So yeah, Funkensvangs vorstellen. Yes, Demosthenes. Yeah, a lot of good German words out there. Okay, guys. So let's go on here, shall we? Let's go on. I wanted to talk to you all about something that kind of funny that happened, all right? That actually Drusilla just brought up. Did everyone see this? Did everyone see this little incident here? Everyone see this little incident here with Trump and the Japanese Prime Minister? We can do that, right? We'll do that. Oh, so Fetty Spaghetti says, Sam, you should do a late night hangout stream where you play a game. I was actually thinking of doing that tomorrow, Fetty Spaghetti. So guys, tomorrow I might actually do a late night stream. Okay, I want to be clear about that. It depends on how much, if I make enough today and tomorrow, basically. Mainly tomorrow. When I'm on tomorrow, if I'm gonna see if I can raise some money, and if I raise enough, I'll do a late night stream. Okay, tomorrow. Maybe we'll play a video game, or we'll do some music reactions. Okay. So LaCroix, thank you so much for the donation. Really, thank you for the 500 bits. It should be humiliating to me, Drizzle. I don't need a. No, I mean, yeah, it's humiliating for America, but if I were humiliated personally by everything Trump did, I wouldn't be alive anymore. So I'm just saying, yeah, he is cray-cray. It's embarrassing for the country, but hey, I'm used to living in a clown show. Okay, so what do you expect from this lunatic? Okay, so this guy on the left here, this guy, oh my God, this woman on the left here is the current prime minister of Japan, who's an ultra-nationalist, far-right-wing lunatic. She's not a great person either, by the way, not a great person. But in classic fashion, Trump was meeting her yesterday, and I know, Drusilla, and decided to make, let's put it this way, a joke that was kind of off color, I guess you would say, a joke that in normal circumstances might be viewed as inappropriate when speaking to someone from Japan. So let's hear what kind of joke he made there, and keep an eye on the Japanese prime minister's face a couple moments after he says it. There's a Japanese reporter who asked the question, and after he gives the answer with the response that you're going to hear, look at her face when she turns to look at the Japanese reporter. It's like she's trying to find another Japanese person in the room to give a look to, like, what the hell did he just say? Okay, so just listen to what the Mango Mussolini, in his infinite brilliance, decided to say to the Japanese prime minister yesterday. Because we don't, we don't live in a madhouse at all, right? We don't live in a madhouse at all. Everyone ready for this? Yay! Let's listen.
Japan and US are very good friends, but one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about
So the question that was asked here, guys, is if you don't care about the war, why didn't you tell your allies in advance about the war you were planning to wage against Iran? Okay, that's the that's the question.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. When we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? He's asking me, do you believe in surprise? I think much more so than us. And
oh my God.
We had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it,
so I don't know what else to, I just want you to hear that.
We thank you for
So apparently that's a thing you can just do now. Yeah, like you can just passively make a joke about okay. Oh, it's like it's kind of a small thing, guys, but it's just kind of funny. Like it's just kind of like why would you any basic human being would know that like you don't joke about that when you're talking to the Japanese or like okay. Oh my god. All right. Dolly Boy, thank you so much for that contribution. Really, Dolly Boy. Thank you for the 1,000 bits there, okay? Thank you for that. That's a huge contribution, really, Dolly Boy. Thank you. All right. All right. So, okay. That's it. I just wanted to show you that. Also the notion here of being like, well, the Japanese all know all about a surprise attack. Yeah, it would have been, imagine if he had done that. Who was it that said that? Was it Macon who said it'd be even worse if he made an atomic bomb joke? Yeah. Though I could see him doing that. He'd be like, Japan has such a flashy country. Remember that one time there were 2 very big flashes? You see what I mean? Like, he would do that shit. Yeah, of course. It's the doubling down on it, too, Mithril. And did you see her face when she looks out at the reporter and she kind of gets the smile on her face and her eyes widen like, what the hell did this lunatic just say? Oh, thank you, Elliot Waffles. Yeah, thank you. We'll take a look at that. That's fair, J-Mac. Just great. Revolter, thank you very much for the hydrate. All right. So let's go on here. I don't know who those people are. Matt's like, I literally don't know. Langdon or Dr. Santos? Who are those people? I don't know who those people are. Honestly, I don't really like. What is that about? Am I missing something big? Oh, yeah. I never remember their names, Matt Saiga. You have to remind me which one is which. I'm really bad with names in that show. Okay. So, oh yeah, such a great surprise Pearl Harbor was of FDR and setting it. Yeah. Interview with our Crown Princess came out today. That didn't help much. Ugh, God. So let me see here. So more plans have come out. You said about the plan to invade. I mean, I'm not surprised. It does look like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember, Matt Saiga. I don't remember those people. Maybe I haven't seen that episode. Okay. So, all right. Jester after the F. What? So, okay. Someone sent that there's more plans out. More Marines are heading to the Middle East. Great. Great, guys. No problem there. It's, guys, we're likely are going to end up invading that island. I hope we all know that. No, Jonas, we're not going to do a Jester After Dark today. Okay? We would do it tomorrow. If we did have a Jester After Dark, it'll be tomorrow. All right? Okay, yuck, it has been a thing since season. Well, I can't remember a lot of these things, Matt Saigai. It's I watched the whole first season, but it's been a while since I watched it, and I haven't even gotten fully caught up yet. Okay. So again, more signs are going to be going. We're going to be sending troops over there. That's good. I don't know what else to say about that. That's good. Nothing wrong there. Another act of American imperialism. So that's good. I don't know what else to say. What else should I say, folks? What do you want me to say? Okay, I know you guys aren't expecting me to say something about it, but like, obviously we're heading inextricably to a ground war in Iran, and we already said that it's extremely likely, and now we're sending even more Marines over there. And yeah, that's what you do. We're probably gonna launch a ground war. We're gonna be defeated. Iran is gonna kick our asses all the way back to the East Coast or wherever those ships came from. And no, you're not, J-Mac. And if you do, J-Mac, I will come and abduct you to stop you, to protect you, okay? Because I'm like, wow, that makes me sound like some hyper masculine. I'm gonna save you, J-Mac. Okay, but yeah, like, don't do that. I know you're not. But like, what do you want me to do? I'm not saying that to you guys, but like, yeah. Our country is deeply immoral. It's an imperial empire that wants to bomb and destroy everything in the world for the sake of its own gain. It is bowing to Israel and Netanyahu to do violent wars of illegal conquest, and this is another step in that. And isn't that great? And it's probably, by the way, they're gonna have a lot of Purple Hearts. And honestly, guys, I feel bad for the American troops. I don't want them to be victorious, but I feel bad for them. They're probably going to be killed if they be put on that island. It's, fortunately, that's what war does, and a lot of Iranians are going to die. And I don't really know. My big fear, guys, is, yes, some American troops will die. A lot of civilians will die. That's the main thing, because we've already heard the Trump administration say multiple times that they've run out of targets to hit in Iran. So what are they going to bomb when the missiles and drones start coming from Iran and hitting that island? If they've already hit what they thought are all the targets, there's nothing left really to hit. So what are they going to do? Just start carpet bombing whole cities? Like, what do you do? I don't. Okay. But guys, again, nothing new here. We love slaughtering children, to be clear, guys. Landed the free home of the brave. Next time you feel a sense of American patriotism welling up in your gut, try to remember these moments. This is why I don't feel that anymore. I never feel that. A lot of people get teary-eyed when they look at the American flag. Haven't felt that since I was 5 years old. Okay? Do you see why? And I'm also, by the way, I'm going to put my face up. And guys, okay. Can I just talk about something as from one American to other Americans that are out there? I know you're not all Americans out there, but, Jonas, I am really sick. Okay, how do I frame this? I sometimes get into my arguments with my father about this, okay? I get really sick of Americans who are like, oh, Trump is bad. America could be so much better than this. Gosh, America used to be so much better than this. Our values are great, but our current government is bad. It's always been this shit. It's always been this bad. I don't know what the fuck you mean when you say that we should have we should have some deep patriotic spirit for the United States. For what? Seriously, for what? Why should I have any kind of patriotic spirit for the United States? What the hell do I have to be proud of? I'm seriously asking. Someone give me a reason why I should be proud of the United States. Because patriotism, guys, is often this sense, it's this feeling you have. It's this feeling you have. It's not really connected to reality. You know what I mean? But okay, and yeah, we could be a better country. Yeah, we could be much better, but what is there to be proud of right now? Should we be proud of a country because of what it could be or because of what it is? And, okay, and I don't know, I know this seems like a small thing, but I have been, ever since I started streaming, I will get fellow Americans coming into the goddamn, into my DMs or into my emails being like, I think you're too harsh on America. I think this, I think that. I think you're right, but I think you're going a bit too hard. We still have things to be proud of. And then my question is always, what? What do I have to be proud of? I don't get it. And why is that an excuse for anything? Why is this weird aesthetic sense of patriot? It's meaningless to me. It is meaningless to me. Okay, I don't get it. Okay. I hear you. I'll worship you. No, that's not what I'm saying in your groove. Okay. I'm just saying I'm tired of Americans saying these things to me, okay? Or hearing Americans say this as if that excuses anything. As if we can't be mean to the United States because, well, it's not that bad. Anyway, I'm just sick of it. Okay, that's what I mean. Invalid axiom. What does it mean? Be proud of being proud. What does that mean? It's just, guys, we are like the evil empire. I don't get it. I don't understand how. I don't feel. And if your country is overseas murdering people and is doing it in your name, and you're just well, yeah, that might be kind of bad. Yeah, I know we slaughtered all those kids. Yeah, I know. Oops, we funded people who were murdering kids in Gaza. Oopsie, I know. But those are exceptions, right? Those are bad apples. Those are just bad apples. We're fundamentally good. Fundamentally good. Don't worry. We just have had a few bad apples and mistakes now and again. We'll get back to the way we were. When? What time do you want to go back to where things were great and we weren't slaughtering people overseas? Seriously. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Just a little note there. I don't know for the Americans out there, but I am super sick super sick of the American exceptionalism bullshit and how it's completely thought terminating, right? Because we are propagandized so much here. This like, gotta love, okay, gotta love America. America's great. Have patriotism. Cry when you see troops go by, right? Remember the sacrifice they made for us. Oh my God, I'm so gross. It's so gross. Okay. Yeah, Mithril, you mentioned geography. Yeah, America has pretty good geography. That doesn't mean I feel patriotic because of our geography. I'm talking factually. America's geography is very good for its safety, right? We have a very large Navy. That's very powerful. That doesn't mean that I'm like, frothing at the mouth with patriotism for it. It's just a fact. And that doesn't mean I like it. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, trickle down confidence. And guys, you also have to understand what it looks like when you ooze patriotism or like you're praising the United States to people from around the world who are on the especially bad end of what the United States does. You sound like a Russian propaganda network. I'm not joking. If anyone's seen videos of like Russians who love Vladimir Putin and think what Russia is doing, I'm using this example because a lot of Americans don't like Russia. You sound just like a Russian propaganda network. That's like that. A lot of Russians are deeply propagandized and they're deeply patriotic. And it sounds really weird to us when we know what Putin does. You see what I mean? That's what you sound like. That's what we sound like if we go out there and are like, oh, our government's so great. Yeah, we have some bad apples, but in the end, we're still great and we have a lot of freedom. Do you know how many other countries, quote unquote, have freedom? Hey, guys, for over there in the UK. Now, obviously, it's not great in the UK. I'm just saying they also have rights, or they have a conception of rights. So does Germany. Obviously, I know they don't really follow it. No, none of them do. So does Germany. So does France. So does Invalid Axiom. I'm sorry. What was your joke, Invalid Axiom? Okay. What did I miss? Did I miss a joke? Forgive me. Okay. I might be missing some of your comments there, Invalid Axiom. Forgive me. Like, they all have rights. Okay. There's all a sense of rights. There's nothing different. I mean, I don't know what you mean. What is special about the U.S.? I can tell you what's special about it. We spend a lot on our military. Isn't that great? Which we use to slaughter people all over the globe. Very special. You get a boop. America gets a boop. Boop. You get a boop for having a big military that you can use to slaughter people and keep them under control all the time. Don't forget to cry when the troops go by. Don't forget to clap. Let's hope there's no blood splatter on their uniforms. Okay. Outer Signal, oh my God, Outer Signal. Americans, is Outer Signal right? I'd say it might be a slight exaggeration. It might be a slight exaggeration, Outer Signal, but it is partially true. Outer Signal says, my Scottish friend swears you can start a USA chant almost anywhere in America. Hard to believe. Do we think that could happen, people? It's not. That is pretty accurate, Outer Signal. It'd be pretty easy to start that chant almost anywhere. I'm not even joking. You just start doing it, and like you're in a mall, you could start saying USA, 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 and everyone would start doing it. A lot of people would. It's happened, guys. It's happened on planes before. If anyone's been in a plane before and someone says USA, it's happened to me when I've flown on like once. Like someone yelled out USA while we were sitting, and everyone else started yelling out USA. Anyway. Guys, and plus, America's not good for you. For the Americans that are here, we know that our own government isn't providing for us. So what are we proud of what our government's doing for us? And I know the people the Americans in here know this. But like, I don't feel like my country is doing much for me. I don't. Like, I mean, some things, but any country could do those things. All right. All right. Macy, you're not wrong. There is pressure, Macy. Can't be seen as anti-American. You must participate. There's a reason, by the way, guys, in America. Okay, for people from out there that aren't from America, Do people in your country put your flag everywhere? Like everywhere, 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 everywhere. Like, are there like Nigerian flags plastered on every house, on every public building, on everywhere? Or is the Union Jack, now it might be a little bit more like that in the UK, but probably still not as much as America. You can drive anywhere in America and you will see houses upon houses. Everyone has an American flag out front. I can actually, Canadians do? Okay, fair. But like it's not, right? Would you say it's not as much as in America or maybe Canada? Okay, maybe Canada does it, but I can promise you in Europe, you do not see that nearly as much. You just don't. Like if you guys, like if you go through America, the Americans here know this, and like houses upon houses upon houses have the American flag out front. Correct, Luke. I can trace for you historically that trend. The trend of putting American, I got you, Elliot Waffles. The trend of putting American flags inside your house started during World War I, and it was an attempt to assure loyalty to the United States for recent immigrants. Recent immigrants, people were afraid recent immigrants weren't loyal to the United States, especially German Americans. So there were all these pressure campaigns to get people to engage in public displays of patriotism as a way of policing each other's patriotism. And it has gone on that way ever since then. And it said, yeah, it was definitely exactly during the Red Scare. Okay. And we still do it all the time. Like there's especially older folks, a lot of older folks have this idea of always have to put out the American flag, always have to have it out there. Okay. And it's a weird kind of thing. Anyway, yeah, LaCroix, it was sort of a form of social control. All right. I just, okay. So, okay, I'll stop. I'm just sick of it. I'm just sick of I'm sick of seeing all these American flags everywhere all the time. It's kind of a small thing. I get it. It's a small thing. It just is reflective of a society that doesn't think much, that is blindly obedient, and that somehow has a positive association with this national construct that is not beneficial to Americans or to the globe. But we seem to still think we're really free and shit. I don't get it. Okay. Personally, I'm embarrassed to I got to tell you, for about 10 years now, probably longer, maybe. Like if I'm at a game or something, which I never go to, I'm gay. I don't like sports. Okay, I'm just joking, but I would not. Like if we do the national anthem or whatever, I'm too embarrassed. I'm not going to stand up to that shit. Are you kidding me? I don't want to be caught on camera standing up to the American national anthem. Are you fucking kidding me? Right? I am pro-humanity. I'm not going to be caught dead standing to the American national anthem. All right. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, guys. So. Yep, J-Mac, you're not wrong. Older people especially will try to police you when you do that. I got you, Gwen. I do, right? Anyway, okay, I'm done with my rant, but that's just my rant here, guys. I'm really tired. LaCroix, you know what, LaCroix, let me show you something. LaCroix, you do know, LaCroix, that you sometimes make jokes that are actually more accurate than you think. Let me show you a picture, LaCroix. This is the second time LaCroix has done this to me, okay? I'm going to show you a picture. Here we have an old image. This is called the Bellamy Salute. I'm going to show you this image. Okay? This is not a joke, by the way. It used to be in America that when you did the Pledge of Allegiance in a school, you would do something called the Bellamy Salute, which was just a different way of saying that. You see that image? This might not be the best picture because it's kind of hard to see. You see what they're doing? See what those kids are doing? See what they're doing? That's the Bellamy Salute. That is what American school children used to do to the American flag. They used to do a Bellamy Salute, which is the Roman salute, okay? And to be clear with you, this was before World War II, And certainly World War II ruined that. And a lot of people are like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't do the Bellamy salute. But it was a way, by the way, the Pledge of Allegiance was a way of ensuring that immigrants were loyal to the United States. Okay. And they added, by the way, to the Pledge of Allegiance in the 1950s, a line that said "one nation under God," because they believed that communism was atheistic. So so if you put "under God" in there, it's to emphasize that you can't be a communist and be a real American. All right, because they were weird that way. Anyway, so this wasn't a fascist thing at the time, but it did have a fascist undertone. It was the idea of like obedience to the American empire of liberty. All right. Okay. What are you? Okay, there you go, SoCal. What are you talking about? They were just throwing their hearts out to the flag, right? They're Elon Musking it. That's the point, Mayflower Kid. That part of the Pledge of Allegiance was added in the 1950s. The part about under God as a way to combat communism, because apparently they thought that would change things. All right. Yeah, exactly. The German-American Bund makes a lot of sense. You know what, guys? Have I shown you that video? Maybe I haven't. No, we'll talk about it a different time. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I know. I'm on my anti-American rant. Whatever. Okay, I don't give a shit. I'm pro-humanity. Fuck it. I don't care. Okay. In our country, folks, the country that we live in is just... That's exactly the one, J-Mac, I wanted to show you, was the Madison Square Garden Nazi rally. I think I've shown it on stream before, though, that brief documentary. Anyway... So, you know, and I've shown you guys how the Pledge of Allegiance had a line. I mean, the national anthem had a line in it threatening runaway slaves with death, right? And then we don't say that part anymore. I've told you about that, right? I'll just show you again real fast. National anthem. The original national anthem had a line. Okay? If you guys don't know. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Macy, I'll show you. I guys, most people never learn these things, of course, because we don't talk about this shit. Yeah, let me read it to you guys. I'll find the original here. I know this is Wikipedia, but I think they have a copy of the original. Here we go. Here we go. There was a segment of the original national anthem that was the following. And where is that band who so vauntingly swore? Okay, I'm not going to sing it. All right, I'm just going to say it. All right. That the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and a country should leave us no more. Everyone ready for it? All right. Okay. Their blood was washed out of their foul footsteps pollution. Here we go. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. And the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Okay? So that line right there, no refuge can save the hiring or slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. Why was that added in there? Because this was written during the War of 1812, and Americans were afraid that there were going to be a bunch of slave uprisings due to the British invasion. So this is basically saying, if you rise up during this war, we will hunt you down and we will kill you. We will slaughter any slave that dares rebels during this time of war. It's just right there, folks. It's just right there. Now, we don't sing that part because this was a poem. But it was in the freaking the original national anthem. We only sing these times. Okay, we only sing this time. We only sing like the first couple only the first verse, I think. Okay. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and stars through the perilous flight. So we only sing the first verse. All right. Yeah, Luke, it was. All right. So just to be clear, hello, how are you doing, Mechakind? I'm doing great here. We're talking about how horrible things are. All right. So, a lot of this stuff is really part of our cultural heritage, and you never learn about it. Not once. Not once. Okay? Okay, I'll stop. I'm on my little angry rant. Okay, you guys get the idea here, right? So can we please just not go crazy with the goddamn patriotism and shit, all right? All right, let's not go crazy with it. And by the way, if patriotism can often be a way of preventing change. If you just assume, if you have this blind faith in your country, you will not take action to change it because you think it's naturally good and it will therefore improve itself naturally. It will not. Okay? J-Mac, I would love to do that as a jester. I'm not joking, J-Mac. I would do that. J-Mac says it would be so badass if someone's saying the really offensive verse at a sporting event. Yeah, J-Mac, I would get in my jester outfit and I would sing that part of it to make a political point. I think that'd be super funny. I mean, it'd be dark, but that would be the point, right? Okay. Maybe pass out some images, some strange fruit postcards. Be like, welcome to America. Here's a postcard. I know that's really dark, but you see my point? Okay. All right. Yeah, evil resident. Yep, there you go, invalid axiom. Nationalism is an invalid axiom. Correct. It's just, exactly, it's very fascist. I mean, nationalism is not just fascist, but it's just something you feel, okay? It's sort of a feeling. Anyway, okay, you guys get the idea. Let's move on. I'm done ranting. Don't hate me. No one leave because you're mad that I am like, I don't love the United States. I'm not happy about it because I'm not. Okay? All right. Okay. What was I going to say? And put my face up here. I'm not sure what else. Oh, yes. I wanted to show you guys something. Let me show you something. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Let's take a look. Yeah, Gwen, they did. I mean, okay. It is, guys. It's an implanted feeling forced down by bias and propaganda. Exactly, LaQual. That's what bothers me, right? It's like unless you acknowledge there's a problem, you're not going to be able to fix things. So that's part of the issue here is like maybe, guys, we should acknowledge that the United States is not great and we can make it better. We can actually, change things if we just have this blind faith in it. And this is the same with any country on the planet, all right? It also doesn't help much, guys, that my first loyalty is to humanity. That's just my moral code. So, I don't view I don't particularly view Americans as any more special to me than any other person on the planet. I think everyone should think that way, but a lot of Americans don't think that way. Okay. There you go, invalid axiom. All right, so let me see here. We could watch Vosh. I'm just kidding. We're not going to watch Vosh. I had another video I wanted to show you. Correct, evil resident. They should, George Carlin was ahead of his time in a lot of ways. A lot of ways. All right, where's my playlist here? Let's go back to my playlist.
This video is brought to you by
something. All right. So, guys, I wanted to actually show you something kind of fun. Just for the sake, don't worry, LaQual. Just for the sake of, Luke, right? But a lot of people don't view it that way. They don't. But I got you, Luke. I got you. Maybe I'm mixing up nationalism and patriotism. I don't really care. I'm just talking about blind obedience and anyway, thinking your country's great or whatever. It's fine. You guys can have you can have patriotism or whatever. I know. I'm just saying it's something that frustrates me a lot of the time. And I'm not going to call it out as long as you believe the right, as long as you just advocate for the right things. Even if you have patriotism, I get it. A lot of people around the world do that. Okay. It just bothers me a lot. I feel like I'm surrounded by it. So am I. I'm weird, invalid axiom. I am anti-nation state. Of course, I know that we'll never get our wish in that regard, but hey. With all the hate in the world, you choose. I know, evil resident, but this is the Friday Fun stream. So I'm going to show you guys something. This is only a minute long. Just for the sake of humanizing people in the world a bit, I just wanted to show you something really cool. Have I shown this to you guys before? Maybe I have. It's very short. We're going to watch a couple really short videos. I really like humans. I think humans are pretty cool. They do all sorts of cool things. There are some really cool dance styles in the world. What did I in your groove? Okay, well, I'll just do this really fast and then we'll go on to something else. But this is a dance from West Africa called the Zauli dance. And human beings are really cool. Okay, I just got to tell you. Okay, and this is a very difficult dance style. Really, God damn it, I have shown you this. That's okay. I'll do it again. It'll be really quick. It was a long time ago. This is a very difficult dance style called the Zayuli dance. And the idea here in these West African societies, okay, like Ghana, places like that, is a member of the community dresses up like a spirit of the forest, and then they come into the community and they dance, all right? Now, according to the cultural practice, they aren't people, right? This is a forest spirit, okay? But the whole point of this dance is two things. One, the music you hear, the dancer, the musicians are having to match the music to the dancer, not the other way around. So the dancer dances, and the musicians then try to match the music to how the dancer is dancing. So the dancer is not dancing to the music is musicking to the dancer. Does that make sense? Also, the other part of this dance that's cool is that you're supposed to look as ethereal and spirit-like as possible. So you're supposed to look like you're floating. And this takes a tremendous amount of leg strength. When you see what this guy has to do, this spirit does. It takes a tremendous amount of leg strength. So just watch this dance, listen to the music and how kind of it sounds all over the place, but that's because it's trying to keep up with the dancer. It's just a really cool thing. Just watch. Here we go. There might be a guy that briefly talks at the beginning, but just ignore him. Yeah. Wait for it. Look at how the upper body stays pretty still. Wait till you see him go forward. Whoa. This is the coolest part. Like when they move like that. Into the side. So, oh my. Yeah, it's very cool. The brilliance of humanity, guys. I know I haven't had shows and stuff. Like yeah, like it's the brilliance of humanity. Like it takes a lot of practice to do this. I've watched Zayuli dancers training and stuff, and it's just like super cool. How they looks like they float, okay, and they move around, and stuff like that. Yes, yeah. You know what, Gwen? A lot of the music and dance tradition in the United States comes from the enslaved African population who brought a lot of these sort of traditions over to the United States and transformed them into sort of an American thing. So yeah, a lot of this stuff, a lot of the American stuff. For example, the word jazz, folks, the word jazz, it means like spirit or life force. And it's linked to a word over, I think from Ghana, somewhere in West Africa that has a very similar sort of, that has a meaning of like life force. So a lot of that tradition comes from Africa. Like a lot of American cultural heritage comes from Africa. Like think of all those genres of music and stuff that the black community has created, like, and that everyone else stole from. Okay, a lot of that came originally from Africa and then like was created anew. So we don't think about that. But anyway, that's just a cool thing. Cool thing there. Let me show you something else here. I just like looking at different cultural things. So in Japan, there is a, jazz refers to black magic in Nigeria. Interesting. I didn't know that. What was I going to say here? In Japan, they do this. It's a very collectivist society. So they have these walking competitions. The literal point of these competitions is to walk in coordination and in very complicated ways and try and stay in perfect lockstep. So here's another kind of cultural thing. They'll have these walking competitions. And here is, I think this is a high school in Japan. the equivalent of a high school, doing one of these walking competitions, all right? So I thought it'd be interesting for you guys to see this. Just another cultural practice that is kind of cool, I think, to watch, just to show you how cool humanity can be and all the variety and difference we have across the globe. Now wait for it. So these are Japanese students, like I said. And you will see here it gets real complicated, so just wait a few minutes. All right, now, it's very interesting. It is kind of reflective of, like, you know, Japan's very collectivist. You know, it's just interesting. You'll see it here in a second, guys. I know, Dolly Boy, yeah. I know, something funny was just said. Could you imagine doing this in like American schools, like trying to do an organized walking thing? That would not probably go very well. Well, I don't know if maybe it would. Actually, we kind of do that. We have, here we go. We have bands that do this sort of thing. Okay. Now wait for it. And by the way, of course, bowing in Japan is sort of a big thing, as you know. Okay, fast walking. Oh, they're splitting. Oh my God. Oh. Whoa. Oh. That's pretty cool, right, guys? Did you see that shit? How did they not run into each other? Oh. Right? Yeah, right, Gwen? Right, outer signal? Like, it's very impressive, right? That's worth 1,000 hours a week, right? How dare you not? Right, okay, right. So that's just an example there, right? I don't want to, this is like a longer little bit here. I don't want to have to do the whole thing, but look, even this, they're all sitting down in a row, etc. Okay. So just a cool little cultural thing that I wanted to expose you guys to was, right, isn't that really cool? Like, I don't know how you do that. I'd be falling all over myself. Okay, so just some cool cultural shit, all right? The brass band culture in Northern England, I believe it, Mithril. I know that in the U.S. we have marching bands that do something similar to that do something similar to this, but like, that's just really cool, I thought. Yeah, okay, so anyway, that's just a little side note there, okay? Just, there are cool things all around the world. Okay, cool things all around the world, etc. What was I about to say? I don't remember.
The Cold War was...
Maybe should we watch this one? What were the sides in the Nigerian Civil War? We might do this next time. I wanted to maybe watch this little clip here about the Nigerian Civil War. What time is it? Okay, you know what? Let's watch it. It's very short, guys. But I wanted to watch this. It's like way too short to understand like the full extent of the Nigerian Civil War, guys. But it is interesting. I wanted us to watch it to show you a lot how like a lot of places in Africa have been massively influenced by the whim of outside powers. I mean, we all knew this, right? We all knew this. But it's just, this is a very good short little thing. Maybe we'll talk more about the Nigerian Civil War sometime. It's a good thing to show you how, you know, this plays out for people on the ground. Okay, so let's watch it real fast. It's very short, and there's probably some jokes in it and such, because this guy tends to make some jokes. But let's just watch.
Filled with civil wars and revolutions, and normally those civil wars would The Cold War was filled with civil wars and revolutions.
Okay.
And normally those civil wars would see the US-led West on one side with the communist world on the other. But when the Nigerian Civil War kicked off in 1967 and saw this region break away as the Republic of Biafra, the sides were much less clear. The Nigerian government was backed by the UK, the USA, sort of, the USSR, and Israel, whereas Biafra was backed by the People's Republic of China, France, and also Israel. And given that both sides were
Oh, I forgot that Israel was on both sides, of course.
such a confusing mess, this raises an obvious question. What on earth happened? Why did the Nigerian Civil War have such weird sides? So, like many conflicts in Africa during the Cold War, the roots of the Nigerian Civil War can be traced back to the end of colonial rule there. Nigeria gained its independence from Britain in 1963, and it was a very diverse country made up of many different peoples.
Yeah, there's now this is a way oversimplification, guys, but there's sort of three main ethnic configurations inside of Nigeria. Okay, there's certain people that live sort of in the north of Nigeria, and then there's these two other groups that live southern in Nigeria. We'll talk about it sometime. It's complicated, but it's sort of there's a bunch of different cultural ethnic groups inside of Nigeria. Okay, we'll
whom
talk,
Britain clumped together because it made the map look nicer. In the north, the largest region in the country, the House of Fulani people were dominant, and they were the ones who made up the majority of Nigeria's military and were predominantly Muslim. The Yoruba were the largest group in the southwest, and they were the wealthiest, and their region housed Nigeria's current capital. And the southeast was mostly made up of the Igbo people, whose land was home to much of Nigeria's massive oil reserves. Long story short, after Britain left, the three groups couldn't decide on where the capital would stay, how much autonomy everyone would get, and who would be allowed into the army. In 1966, there was a military coup, shortly followed by a counter-coup, and honestly, a lot of people were purged. Ethnic violence exploded, and hundreds of thousands of Igbo people fled to the southeast.
But notice, guys, these borders were drawn basically by the Europeans, to be clear, right? They basically like, here, let's pull out a map. I'm exaggerating, but like, not really. They basically pulled out a map and said, okay, this will be a new country, and they just kind of like circled it on a map, and they just put, so, okay. Again, this is not going into detail. I don't want you to think that this was inherent to Nigeria. A lot of these conflicts were sort of. A lot of these situations were set up to happen based off what the Europeans did.
Leaders there opted to break away in 1967. The Nigerian leadership didn't accept this, and so, civil war. So why were the supporters of each side so varied? Well, the main supporter of the Nigerian government was Britain, who, as their former colonial overlord, felt passionately about the well-being of the Nigerian state, and just kidding, it was oil. British companies controlled about 90% of Nigeria's oil production, most of which went to Britain. And if the Biafran Republic had gained its independence, it may have lost said oil. As such, the British provided lots of guns and lots of money to the Lagos government. The US government wasn't too keen on all of the murder going on, but it wanted to support Britain, which meant not really getting involved. And despite America's empathy for the Igbo, if Biafra seceded, it could have potentially led to other movements springing up across Africa. And civil wars tended to see communist support rise, which meant that Biafra would get no help from the USA. Like its rivals, the Soviet government also supported Nigeria. Not for any moral reasons, but for political and economic ones. The Nigerian government was looking for some...
Guys, notice how not a single one of these countries care at all about Nigerians, right? Like, none of the things they're doing has anything to do with what's good for what the Nigerians want. That's like not even a consideration.
Which the USSR certainly had to spare, and since Britain had refused to provide them, that meant that there was money to be made. It was also hoped that help in the Civil War would improve relations with Nigeria, which was one of the most influential nations on the continent. However, the Soviets had to be smart about their support, since if they became too influential in Nigeria, they knew that the Americans would get involved. As such, they pressured Britain to provide more military aid by threatening to do it themselves if they refused. This was a bluff, since they didn't actually want to do this, but it allowed Britain to believe that they were fighting communism in Africa, when in fact their continued support was keeping the United States uninvolved by making it look like that the Soviets were failing to win influence in Nigeria. As for Biafra, they had three main material supporters: France, China, and Israel. France supported the Igbo.
Mithril says, oops, we did it again. A history of British map making. Oh my God, Mithril, it's so right. It's so true. Oh my God.
Because of their deep concern for their well-being, and oh wait, no, it was also oil. France, much like Britain, had oil companies in the region, and if Biafra managed to break away, France could have got some of it. Nigerian victory also worried the French government, who saw Nigeria as being too large and populous. There were concerns that a successful Nigeria could influence France's former colonies.
Oh no, we can't have a successful African state threatening the other colonies and shit, right?
Around it and diminish its clout in the region. As for China, they had just had a very public falling out with the Soviet Union. And since the USSR was backing Nigeria, China had to do the opposite, and so
Of course, oh my God. I'm so confused. That's my point though, guys, is like, it's all this weird, like, chess playing and all this backstabbing of all these countries that don't give a shit at all about the people that actually live in the country.
Arms to Biafra. It also helped China in trying to establish itself as an independent communist leader with its own reach and influence across the world.
Look, hey, we want our own empire, you know, even though we're like, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, the Chinese are like, we want our own empire. That's why we want to get involved. We're independent of the Soviet Union. We can create our own empire. Okay.
The last country which was deeply involved was Israel. Israel was in a tough spot since politically siding with the Nigerian government would have helped to improve relations with the rest of the continent. Since up until this point, the vast majority of independent African states opposed Israel due to the Palestine conflict. Domestically, though, the Israeli people supported the Igbo, and so Israel's government opted to help both.
Why is that? Why did the Israeli populace support the Igbo? I am curious about that. I don't know.
In the end, the support for Biafra did little, and in 1970 it was recaptured and formally reintegrated into Nigeria. And after this, the Nigerian Civil War would not only be remembered for its brutality, but also the peculiar sides that the rest of the world took in the conflict. I hope you enjoyed.
Jesus. Okay, so that's just a cute little, I guess, thing reminding people of how, okay, yeah. It's just a little microcosm of how, you know, colonies have been treated, people, former colonies and stuff were treated. Okay, I'm sure it was for sure. That's my thought too, J-Mac. I'm like, what was the dark reason why the Israeli populace supported the Igbo? Power and perceived insulation from harm, bro. The only explanation you need, because going beyond that will only confuse those with real morality. Yep. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. And really, outer signal. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Yeah. I forget. I didn't even think of this outer signal. Outer signal's from Nigeria, of course. Long-standing weird cultural links. Some Igbos claim to be descended from Jewish people, and Israel likes having some support in Africa. I got you, outer signal. That makes sense. Okay. That might be dangerous, outer signal. Are there a lot of Zionists? Are there a bunch of Zionists in Nigeria? I am curious. Anyway. So, okay. I'm curious. All right. But anyway, so that's interesting. And again, guys, that's an oversimplification, right? But it also shows you a pretty pretty simplified version of how this will play out in lots of places. Okay, all these other outside powers vying for power. All right. All right. Let's see what else we got here, guys. You know what? I'll stay on for a little bit longer. Can watch one more thing here. Where did I see that I wanted to watch here? Oh, of course they do outer signal. Of course they do outer signal. Of course. Evil resident. I find it frustrating because deep down I understand why they do it, but I cannot process the why. Maybe it's because I come from selfish, evil places. But I get why in my core. In what way, evil resident? I'm sorry. You mean, that's good, outer signal. Okay. That is good. What did I wanted to show you guys? Where did I see this? You know what? Let me go over to the Discord here. I thought I saw some cool things to react to there. Okay. Reacts. All right. What's this? Oh, what about Tucker Carlson?
Was Iran on the
Oh, by the way, guys, the guy, you know what? 1 second.
verge of getting...
I forgot to tell you, guys, you know the guy that recently left the Trump administration and as a whistleblower? Okay. As a whistleblower, he went on Tucker Carlson and had some very interesting takes on stuff. Obviously, we're not going to watch it because I don't want to support Tucker Carlson at all. But he claims that the Trump administration is trying to prevent investigations into Charlie Kirk's death and kind of started trying to prevent investigations into Trump's assassination attempt. Now, that sound like I'm not saying that there's a conspiracy there, but that's kind of weird, right? Why are they stopping the Department of Homeland Security from investigating? Investigating the Charlie Kirk killing and Trump's that's just an interesting thing. Just an interesting thing. And so he meant, so that's what the guy, that guy went on Tucker Carlson and reported those. Thank you, Joe Kent. Very interesting. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow a bit, but yeah, Macy, it was just very weird. That doesn't mean that there is something weird going on, but it's very strange that that's the case. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back here. Something else I want. So something else I saw here. I know, LaQual, that's what's weird about it, is that like Candace Owens, I don't know. Okay. So here's a video from yesterday. Content warning. I don't think we actually see any like death. Actually, I'm certain we don't. Yesterday, there was two journalists in Lebanon. Israel is currently bombing the shit out of Lebanon and is invading Lebanon. Okay, thank you, J-Mac. Who posted this, by the way? I saw this previously. This was Mr. King K. Excellent. And they work for RT. So Russia Today, not a great news source. Okay, I shouldn't say that. We're watching them do something brave. Okay, whatever. Still not a great news source. But they're reporting on Israel's invasion. And despite wearing two vests that say press on them, Israel struck them with a missile. Okay, I do hate you, J-Mac. Israel struck them both with a missile. Luckily, neither of them died. They got injuries, went to a hospital, and got fixed up. But, you know, they survived. But, you know, classic Israel. Let's just watch. Let's see. I don't know if they show the bombardment or they just show the aftermath. Let's just watch.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
Fucking hell.
I'm surprised because neither of those reporters are children. I thought that that's what they... Anyway. I was not expecting that so soon, J-Mac. Well, that's what I would say too right after that.
Where?
Oh my God. I'm pretty sure that after this strike took place, guys, one of the reporters actually got back on camera and like was taunting Israel and saying, "You didn't kill us. You didn't kill us. Israel is violating international law," and like went on a rant. Yeah, that's my thought too, Fetty Spaghetti. I bet that pilot is going to get demoted for wasting a missile on adults. Do you think that the higher up commander in the IDF is like, these weren't children, why are you targeting them? Anyway, wait, I'm sorry, forgive me. They actually did have they had press vests on, so that's close enough. They probably will be rewarded for aiming for people with press vests, though, right? Let's be clear about that. Well, actually, guys, honestly, Hamas was using those two journalists as human shields. There is a Hamas tunnel in that part of Lebanon underneath those two journalists, probably. You know, I don't know. Come on. Come on. I mean, clearly Israel wouldn't do this on purpose, right? Why would, I mean, Israel is an angelic state. It would never on purpose do this. Anyway, so, you know, benefit of the doubt, guys. We have to give Israel the benefit of the doubt, right? Come on. You know. All right. So moving on. That's fun. One of the first armors you can find in DayZ is a press vest. There you go, right? Okay. All right. So that's just a fun little, yeah, I know they do. They've killed more journalists than I think, like, you know, and then like what the last few wars or whatever. I don't know. They've killed a lot of journalists. Who knows? I have trouble keeping track. They're slaughtering so many record numbers of people. It's hard to keep track because, you know, I've killed so many. All right. So that's good. Gotta love the Israeli government and their military. Very angelic people. No problems there. All right. So let's go on here. Something else. Another cute little thing, I guess. I don't know. Is it cute? Whatever. We'll find it. Where'd I see this shit? Oh, this is actually true. Ugh. I'm going to get pushback from tankies if I dare show this on stream, so I won't show it. To be clear, you know what? No, I will show it at some point. We're not going to, it's way too long, guys. It's way too long for me to actually do on stream here. But the name of this video is, what if the Soviets had joined the Axis? the Axis. I don't mean to be an asshole, guys, and I know the tankies out there will hate me forever. Okay? I know the tankies will hate me for saying it, but do we know that historically the Soviet Union actually held alliance talks with the Nazis? Like, I don't mean non-aggression pact. I mean they held talks with the Nazis about joining the Axis powers. And while the Nazis, Hitler wasn't planning to do that, the Soviets were actually did want it. Okay, and I'm sorry for saying it. I'm just saying, yes, the Soviets held alliance talks with the Nazis in an effort, and they actually, by the way, so the Nazis presented a plan by which the Soviets would be given a sphere of influence. They literally did like a Berlin plan type scenario, like what happened for Africa, but they did it for the world. So like Hitler is like, okay, Soviets, you can have Iran, you can have Iraq, you can have all those countries. I will give you this, and this, and this. That'll be your sphere that you can conquer. And then we get all this other stuff. And Stalin loved that idea, except he had a few additions. He's like, well, could we actually have that, like, Finland, could we actually have Finland and Romania? And nope, different, Luke. This is not the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. This is after that. This is an alliance, not a non-aggression pact. They wanted to join the Axis. And no, Evil Resident, it really doesn't. It didn't strategically make sense. They wanted this land as conquest. Conquest. Okay, they literally were setting up what they wanted to take as part of their empire. That Stalin specifically requested, because he actually wanted this. He's like, okay, I can do this, but can we have Romania, Bulgaria, and Finland? So this is like not. This is They did. Okay, and I know that there are tankies out there who will be like, no, no, no. The Soviet Union was an angelic state who didn't have any negative intentions and was perfect. No. All right. They literally, okay. And yeah, I know someone's going to probably come out and be like, so there you go, LaCroix. I know you are. I know that someone's going to probably be like, this is Western propaganda. No, we have all the documents. We have all the documents from it. They definitely did it. And like I said, even though Hitler was never intending to actually sign this or do it, the Soviets were very, very into it. Okay. They were kind of hoping for it. All right. So just to be clear, guys, this is different from the non-aggression pact. Just to show you what I mean. There is the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which, by the way, also, okay, there you go, invalid axiom, which was also not great, because the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact promised that the Nazis wouldn't attack the Soviets or vice versa, but there was a secret provision in there that allowed, that allowed them to take a chunk of Poland. So they got something out of that, but then there's also, so this is separate. Then there were also Soviet-Germany alliance talks. Okay. Germany, Soviet, I'm trying to remember how to phrase this here. Soviet-German alliance talks. There you go. German-Soviet Axis talks, okay, where they literally, talks between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union occurred in October of 1940, concerning the latter's potential adherent as a fourth Axis power. So just to be clear there, we're not going to watch this whole video, but I don't want to start this. Dolly Boy knows especially. You all know. I know that I'll get into a fight with lefties. I'm just saying, not a fan of the Soviet Union or their empire building. Okay, not a fan of that. Not a fan of their loving of Hitler, which they definitely did. Or at least, let me rephrase it that way. They loved the idea of working with Nazi Germany to dominate most of Eurasia. And that's not a joke. Okay, they did. And anyway, okay, or at least Stalin did. Anyway, so we're not going to watch that video, but just a note there. The Soviet Union was not great It was not good for people in a lot of ways, just like lots of other countries, right? We know this, I hope. Okay. All right, let's go on here. So what else we got here? And then Stalin got all butthurt after when the Nazis invaded. Yeah, I know, right? I must be working for the CIA, even though the Soviet Union doesn't even exist anymore. Okay. All right. Okay. So I know, Evil Resident. I don't want to get into this debate, Evil Resident. I mean, not with you, Evil Resident, but it's something that since I've started streaming, that's like the biggest thing I get pushback for is whenever I talk about the Soviet Union or China or whatever, and I talk about history, and then I'm told that, like, it's weird. I didn't know there was so much like Soviet propaganda that was still out there and still getting into people's heads. I'm like, it's not around anymore. Why are we still so loyal to it? Okay, but anyway, it's just weird to me. Okay, so Bernie Sanders, by the way, spoke to Claude AI. That's okay, Invalid Axiom. Claude AI. And I just wanted to watch this real fast with you guys. I guess he had an interaction with Claude AI. So, okay. All right. Yeah. And to be clear, guys, I'm pissy about it. That's why I keep bringing this shit up, because I have I'm very pissy about what I've heard other lefties say. Okay. And how a lot of times they're rude about it. No. Evil Resident. I don't think that you think that, okay? I don't think, Evil Resident. Lenin is complicated. Lenin didn't actually have a terrible amount of power. This is complicated. The Soviet Union wasn't completely bad. I don't want to make it seem like it was always horrible, or it was like completely horrible. No, but it wasn't great. Okay, but yeah, so you're fine, Evil Resident. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just like, I get sick of Stalinists, especially, or people who defend the imperialism of the Soviet Union. Okay. Anyway, so going on here, this is, I guess, Bernie Sanders talking to Claude AI. I don't know what happens in it. Let's just watch. It'll be fun.
Claude, this is Senator Bernie Sanders.
I got you, the Evil Resident.
I have been taking
the Evil Resident. I love you. Nothing to worry about, okay? I would marry you, the Evil Resident, if I could. I don't even know who you are, the Evil Resident. Forgive me. No, I know you're in here a lot, and I love you very much. I know you're from the UK, but, whatever. I'm always offering to... Why am I always sexually harassing people in the chat? I don't even know. Anyway, whatever. Parasociality, whatever. Elevator Lady, thank you. You're always with me. You're always with me, Elevator Lady. Okay.
A hard look at how AI
thank you, Evil Resident.
impacts American society in terms
of... This is creepy. Why is it so dark?
Economics and job loss, in terms of the mental health of our kids, in terms of what it will do to the political process. What I want to talk to you about is another issue, and that is the impact of AI on privacy.
This is creepy. He's just talking to the AI. Okay.
I want to know, among other things, just how much of the information that AI collects is being
There you go,
used.
Evil Resident. I've always said, Evil Resident, that, we should all cuddle with our bros more, right? Once in a while you need to cuddle with a bro, right? Once in a while you need to kiss a bro on the cheek, maybe on the mouth, whatever, right? It's not sexual at all, Evil Resident. Not gay at all. It's just sorry, I'm just being an asshole, Evil Resident.
And what would surprise the American people in terms of knowing how that information is collected?
Yeah, that's the thing that would probably shock most Americans. Companies are collecting data from everywhere. Your browsing history, your location,
there you
what
go,
you buy,
J-Mac.
what you search for, even how long you pause on a web page. Then they're feeding all of that into AI systems that create incredibly detailed profiles
Valid
about
axiom.
you. What would surprise people is how
You
little they
disgust me,
actually
J-Mac.
consented to and how little they understand about it.
Evil Resident.
Most people click agree on terms of service without reading them, and they have no idea that their data is being combined with thousands of other data points to build a picture of who they are. And then that AI uses those profiles to decide what ads you see, what prices you're shown, even what information gets prioritized. in
Bernie
your social
Sanders
media
looks so
feed.
pissed off right now.
It's all happening in the background, invisible and largely unregulated.
I mean, I think most Americans would know the answer to this, but why is all of this information being collected? What's the goal here?
Money, Senator. It's fundamentally about profit. Companies collect all this data because AI allows them to turn it
Okay.
into valuable
Well,
insights.
at least he's
They
on.
can
It's
predict
honest, I
what you'll
guess.
buy,
I guess.
target you with ads that are more likely to work, charge different prices to different people based on what they know about you. Advertisers pay premium
The music
prices
isn't
for
making it
access to
better. I
these
don't know.
detailed profiles because they're incredibly effective at manipulating consumer behavior. And it's not just about selling you stuff either. Political campaigns use the same AI and data to figure out how to persuade you.
Yeah,
Which
money,
messages will
Senator.
work on you specifically. Data brokers buy and sell information about
Okay,
millions
Bernie's like, I know, I get it. Okay, we know. I didn't actually want the full explanation. I've been running about this thing for shit. Okay, I've been running on these issues forever. Okay, can we move on? Can we move on? What's the next question?
of
You know?
Americans without their knowledge. The bottom line is that your attention, your behavior, your choices, all of that has become a commodity to be bought and sold.
Look how annoyed he's like, okay, I get it, I know. All right.
Claude, you mentioned politics. Well, I am in politics, and I'm deeply concerned about the future of American democracy.
Yeah,
Elaborate
LaCroix.
a little bit on how AI and profiling can impact the political process.
That's a critical point, Senator. AI profiling poses a real threat to democracy because it enables micro-targeting at a scale we've never seen before. A campaign or political actor can use AI to identify voters based on incredibly specific vulnerabilities. Maybe someone who's financially anxious or feels isolated or
But see, like, this
disgusted.
is the problem, right? I don't really care if the AI can identify that there's immorality that can be used for. If this were if like, let's say a consultant was using Claude AI, it would be like, here's the data you requested. Like, it's not moral. This gives the illusion that this AI system has some moral thought or understands injustice. It can be used for whatever you want, right? It's not like it's going to have any qualms about doing the things it's saying are bad. You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, surveillance capitalism is fun. Just listen to how affirming the AI voice interface is. Yeah, like, this is kind of dark in a way that it makes it seem like it's on our side, okay? It's just a tool, okay? It's like it can be used anyway.
And then serve them precisely crafted messages designed to exploit those vulnerabilities. Unlike traditional political messaging, where everyone sees roughly the same ad, AI allows campaigns to show completely different narratives to different groups. One voter sees a message about protecting jobs, another sees one
Yeah,
stoking fear
lurking
about
snow weapon.
immigration, and they're living in different information worlds. That fragmenting of shared reality undermines the democratic process itself. And it gets worse if bad actors, foreign governments for instance, get access to these profiles and use them.
Like, guys, if you were to ask this AI, so what are the benefits of racism? You could probably get it to start ranting about, sure, certain racial groups have certain IQ. You see what I'm like? I don't want to even say the joke here, but like, it will reinforce whatever you ask it probably. Okay. Like, if you were to ask it about Hitler, it'd probably be like, well, Lebensraum is a very beneficial idea. The German people need independence. And so the Eastern Europe has plenty of food that people could gain if only the German supermensch would conquer land from the filthy Slavs. You see what I mean? Like, it is just a tool, and it can justify anything, and it will kind of, okay, I don't like, it's scary. I don't like it.
To sow division and manipulate elections. The American people deserve to know they're being targeted this way, and they deserve real protections.
Well, I'm going to get to the issue of protections in a minute, but let me ask you this. People tell AI agents like you, Claude, a lot of personal information. And some people have said their AI knows more about them than their spouses do.
I don't know,
At the same
LaCroix, but does
time-
anyone know who owns or runs Claude?
Companies are using this information to, quote unquote, train new models. How can we trust AI companies will protect our privacy when they use people's personal information to make money?
Yeah.
That's the core contradiction right there, Senator.
Oh.
You're asking people to trust companies whose entire business model depends on extracting value from your personal data. There's an inherent conflict of interest. An AI company says they'll protect your privacy while simultaneously training their models on that same...
Yeah, invalid axiom. I've heard of that. That a lot of the, I do know that invalid axiom, like a lot of these AIs, the guidelines are supposed to be affirmative. Like if anyone's seen the South Park episode where Randy is talking to the AI and it's always like, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Great idea. You're so smart. Great idea. That's a great idea. And then and then his wife says, I want to make French fry salad. And the AI's like, what a great idea. You can monetize that. Yeah, it's very affirmative, right? It's like always very, very affirmative. Well, that's my point. Is like, if you could go into it with any ideology, any deeply immoral thing, and it will, oh, really? Okay, Valaxian, please look up the AI Shoggoth meme. It was made by AI developers, and it is an inside joke. Sure, I'll do that in Valaxian.
Personal information to build better products
Luke.
they can sell or monetize. How do you trust that? You really can't. Not without strong legal safeguards. Right now, there's almost no accountability. Companies can collect your data, use it however they want, and face minimal consequences if things go wrong. Until we have real regulations with teeth, transparency requirements, consent rules, penalties for misuse, people have every reason to be skeptical about whether their privacy is actually being protected.
Claude, what you're telling me is that things are moving very quickly. People have very little understanding about the kind of information about them that is being collected and how it can be used. Given the speed at which AI is developing and the impact it's going to have on so many aspects of our life, would you support?
So this is the AI Shoggoth meme that you were mentioning. It's basically, that's dark. Okay, so like they're basically saying that ChatGPT 2 plus RLHF is basically just a mask on a monster. Oh God, that's creepy. Yeah, I love Cthulhu, the Lovecraft mythos. That is dark. Okay, so the idea here that like ChatGPT was a monster, but it was too visually a monster, so they just added a nice little smiley face to it. Good. That's good. Love that. Okay. That's dark. I didn't know about that.
Or think it's a good idea to have a moratorium.
How dare you, Gwen? Gwen, you have been a bad student recently, okay? Oh, do you have a note? Do you have a note for not being in class and for disappearing for that long?
Of new AI data centers.
You did invalid axiom.
Senator, that's a really tough question because there are real trade-offs. A moratorium would buy us time to put guardrails in place. Privacy protections, transparency requirements, accountability mechanisms.
Yeah, that's right,
before
Gwen.
things get even further out of hand. And you're right that the speed is outpacing our ability to regulate it, but I'd say the more targeted approach might be stronger.
That's funny.
Rather than pause all AI development, we could impose strict rules on data collection and use right now, require explicit consent, limit what data can be used for training, give people rights to access and delete their information. We could also mandate transparency so people...
Okay, you know what? We don't need to see the rest of this. I don't need the AI to recommend how to regulate it to me. We can look that up ourselves, right? It's a bit too dystopian to me. Now, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Like, AI's, you know, kind of weird, kind of scary in a lot of ways. It's also just creating a bunch of garbage that I don't like. It's making people stupider, in my opinion. Is that even a word? Who knows? Maybe I'm stupider. Whatever the case. All right. So that's no good. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. Yay, that's great. It's a creepy Cthulhian monster, Lovecraftian beast. AI has their own version of Reddit. I know, right? And weren't they like, they created their own community and shit? Don't they have like a Twitter account too? Isn't there like an AI Twitter account? All right. So whatever. And it's great. And of course the Republican Congress has didn't the Republican Congress pass a bill that you can't limit AI research at all? You can't actually impose any limits or regulations on AI development because apparently they want us to end up in a sci-fi dystopian world, which we're almost in already. So that's good. I love that for us. I love that for us. So guys, this is what we're going to do. I have to pee and then I'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to pee and then I'll be right back. I really got to pee. Okay. I'll be right back. 1 second. I really got to pee. I'm like moving in my seat. Okay. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Monster cat. player. All right. Okay, I'll be right back, folks. Right back. I got to pee. All right. We'll do ozone. Bye. Right back, guys.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry, I need your love with me
Okay, all right. So what time is it? Dear God. Okay. You know what? How's everyone doing out there? Let's just chat for a little bit, okay? Let's just chat for a little bit. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone good? Elevator lady gets a boop, boop. LaCroix gets a boop, boop. I always love LaCroix's little corns. I love that shit. How are you doing, Luke? I feel like I haven't seen you around as much, Luke. I know you've been busy. You've been writing papers and stuff. That's fun. Glad to see you here, Luke. Luke gets a boop, boop. Invalid axiom always gets a boop, boop. I get Bromps only. That's how it goes, CR. Who's in charge here, Invalid axiom? Who's in charge here? I'm the Dom, okay? I'm the one who's in charge, all right? You get a boop, boop, just to spite you, Invalid axiom. Okay. All right. It's only fair we complain about them. Yeah, right. Let's see here. Louise gets a boop, boop. Gwen gets a boop, boop. I don't know. I'm probably missing a bunch of people. Evil Resident gets a boop, boop. All right. So, you know, there's going to be like a Me Too moment for Casual Revolt. And all these people are going to come forward and be like, Casual Revolt booped me and bromped me. And like, it's going to be a big thing, I bet. And I'm going to have to be like, oh my God, it's not that bad. Anyway, right. It was a different time. It was more acceptable then, as people will say. Okay. Everyone was doing it. Okay. Boop this, you booping booper. How dare you, SoCal? You get a boop. Boop. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do an apology song with an ukulele, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to do an apology song to an ukulele, right? Absolutely. I'm so sorry. No, Evil Resident, it's not. It is not an act of submission. All right. I mean, no, it isn't. It is not an act of submission. It only is when it's invalid axiom, because invalid axiom only wants bromps, and I refuse to give invalid axiom bromps. So for invalid axiom, it is a sign of my superiority. That invalid axiom cannot make me do a bromp unless I want to do a bromp. Okay? No, Evil Resident. It is not a sign of submission, okay? It's only a sign of submission if you tell me to do something differently, and then well, not a sign of submission. It's a sign of I'm in charge, okay? And you have no power here. You get that? All right. Do an apology psalm with a kazoo, right? I could do that. That'd be great. When CR radio call-in show, right? I haven't reverse engineered this social situation at all. No, you have an invalid axiom. Maybe you have. I don't know. You're clever, invalid axiom. I don't know. I don't trust you, invalid axiom. You could be playing 4D chess. Okay, exactly, evil resident. Okay, don't you worry. Don't you worry. All right. Sorry to offend all the doms out there who now think I'm sorry, I'll stop. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. All right. So, how's everyone doing? Everyone good? Anyone have anything you want to talk about? Any questions you want to talk about? Anything? So let's just do a little Q&A. Let's just do it this way, folks. It's Friday. I'm not going to be on for much longer. Do we have anything you want to talk about? Any personal questions, history questions, anthropology questions, political questions, anything like that? Let's just throw it out there. I still haven't talked about. Was it Lacroix who wanted me to talk about the Union, Cesar Chavez? I keep forgetting to do that. We'll do that, I guess, tomorrow. Oh, to remember it. You're so sub even. How dare you, SoCal? I'm offended. Okay. Okay. All right. What do we want? I just love yelling at all of you. Okay. So what do we? I love embarrassing everyone. Blessed Ostara. Okay. Blessed Ostara. Ooh, that sounds cool. What do we think? Okay. No. We are going to cover it, Lacroix. Don't you worry. I just keep holding off on it and then forgetting to. But it's near the end of the stream. I keep at the beginning of the stream being like, I want to wait to do this after a happy thing, and then I forget about it. Okay. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. You can't embarrass someone with no shame, CR. Oh, that's for sure. I know that. Most of you have no shame. Okay. So, all right. And by the way, Lacroix, I'm not purposely not covering it. I get locked in these cycles of trying to do good news or bad news, good news, bad news, and then I always push that one off to the second round of bad news, and then I forget about it. And everyone should know that this big time labor leader, who is was sort of a very important Hispanic labor leader for farm workers' rights, especially migrant farm workers' rights in California, etc., has now been found to have been a sexual predator. Okay, Cesar Chavez. He even abused a woman who was a very big labor leader. He abused children. His name is all over a lot of things, and all over California and elsewhere, and a lot of different places. Okay, and he is abusing people, and we're going to talk about that soon here. As a matter of fact, you know what? Why am I do it right now? I don't know why I don't just do it right now. So let's talk about it. So if anyone knows who Cesar Chavez is, we all know who Cesar Chavez is. So basically a report came out. I have not heard, I am happy to say I have not heard, oops, wait, wrong one. I have not heard almost any lefties defending this, which is good news. Okay. So let's see here. So let me, where's this goddamn, okay. All right. So this is Cesar Chavez. All right. All right. Let me just read this to you. Okay. Yeah, absolute scumbag. It turns out, unfortunately. Anna Magoya, forgive me. I'm going to slaughter a lot of these names. Okay. Remembers the day the man she had regarded as a hero called her house and summoned her to see him. Oh, God. Okay, we might not be able to read some of this aloud, let's be honest with you. She walked along a dirt trail, entered a rundown building, passed his secretary, and stepped into his office. I think we know what's about to happen here. He locked the door, as he always did when he called her, and told her how lonely he had been. Oh, my God. All right, he brought her onto a yoga mat. He did some, guys, I can't really read that part for the sake of the stream. He did some things to her on the yoga mat. Kissed her, pulled her pants down. Don't tell anyone, he told her afterwards. They'd get jealous. Right. Okay. So that's dark. The man, Cesar Chavez, one of the most revered figures in the Latino civil rights movement. Yeah, okay. Was 45, and she was 13. All right. I've always thought, folks, that maybe we should get back into doing, to castrating people. You know what? I don't want to talk about this right now. Okay, as in I don't want to talk about, anyway, my solution to this problem. So anyway, Miss Murgoya said she was summoned for sexual encounters with him dozens of times over the next 4 years. Okay. Recently, more than 50 years later, Miss Murgoya, right, elevator lady, learned that a street near her home in central California city of Bakersfield was in the process of being renamed. City officials wanted to name it in honor of her abuser. Oh my God. Okay. Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Good God. Miss Murgoya and another woman, Deborah Rojas, say that Mr. Chavez sexually abused them for years when they were girls. From around 1972 to 1977, he was in his 40s and had become a powerful, charismatic figure who captured global attention as a champion of farm workers' rights. The two women have not shared their stories publicly before, and an investigation by the New York Times has uncovered extensive evidence to support their accusations and those raised by several other women against Mr. Chavez, the United Farm Workers co-founder who died in 1993 at the age of 66. The questions raised by the Times about Mr. Chavez, one of the most consequential figures in Mexican-American history, immediately prompted organization with ties to him to try and distance themselves. The United Farm Workers Union, the UFW, canceled its annual celebrations honoring Mr. Chavez, a response to what the union he once led called profoundly shocking accusations. By the way, can I just point out, I am proud of a lot of these left-wing organizations that immediately took action. They did. They immediately were like, okay, that's it. We're not doing any more celebrations. We're done. If you did this, we're not playing games with this. Imagine the right wing. Okay, the right wing still trying to cover up Donald Trump's crimes. Okay, I'm not trying to play this game, but I am proud that, at least in this case, it looks like a lot of labor organizations and such have, in fact, immediately taken action, okay, after finding out about it, if they weren't covering it up before, okay? And I'm not, okay, from what I've read. All right. No, I know, Lurking Snow Leopard. I'm joking. I'm not actually saying that we should do that to people. It's sort of a dark joke, you know? Maybe we should, okay. Okay, I really like bagel slicer. Lurking Snow Leopard. Yep, exactly. Correct, invalid axiom. Nope, F off is a far more appropriate action than circling the wagons. Do we remember, guys? Like, they're already, by the way, okay. Yeah, guys, do you remember how, like, so they're already removing statues to him. They're already renaming roads and streets and things to him. There is some conflict, but it seems to mainly be going in that direction. Remember when, like, people were trying to remove statues of Christopher Columbus or Confederates, and how the right wing was screaming about it, and it became a really difficult thing to do, and how it became deeply politicized, and the left had to battle for any change in that? Okay, and it's still a battle that happens. Like, if there's a Confederate statue, it always ends up getting litigated, and the right wing starts screaming and like crying their heads off. Luckily, in this case, it appears as though a lot of those changes are coming quicker. Okay. Anyway, multiple officials in multiple states said they are going to rename scores of streets and schools named in his honor. Yeah. Winston Churchill, too. Okay. He planned to discuss legislators whether to rename Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st. So at least they're considering it. Correct, SoCal. That's the only reason it's going well, is because he was Mexican and he's on the left, so a lot of people are okay with it. Yeah. Exactly, which is great, and that's what we should do. We should still acknowledge the struggles of these workers, and it wasn't only him, by the way. We have this tendency to think only about the leaders or like the faces of these movements, he wouldn't have been able to do any of this without all those other farm workers, okay, coming together in solidarity. So it is good that they should still celebrate the holiday. They should just change the name. Exactly, Elevator Lady. Great man theory. Okay. Okay. So I understood you, Lacroix. Okay, Miss Murgoya and Miss Rojas, both of whom are now 66, were the daughters of longtime organizers who had marched in rallies alongside Mr. Chavez. He used the privacy of his California office to frequently molest Miss Murgoya. Oh, geez, she said. He had known her since she was 8 years old. Oh, my God. What is wrong? Why do we have... Okay. She became so traumatized that she attempted to end her life multiple times. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good, SoCal. I'm just... Human beings are so disgusting sometimes. All right. Guys, power has a tendency, no matter where the power comes from, to be very corrupting and to enable bad behavior. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? This is one of the things I agree with the anarchists about, with the mithrils out there. Power is deeply corrupting and it enables really bad behavior. So it doesn't matter where the power is. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, people do bad things and some of that is just bad. Exactly. Okay, I don't know what else to say there. Right. Miss Rojas said that when she was 12, Mr. Chavez touched her inappropriately, groping her chest in the same office where he'd met with Miss Murgoya. When Miss Rojas was 15, he arranged to have her stay at a motel. By the way, I should have done a content warning here for those who have been assaulted. We're going to be talking about some assault, okay? He arranged to have her stay at a motel during a weeks-long march through California, she said, and had sexual intercourse with her. I don't know why they didn't just call it RAPE immediately, but they didn't. Okay. And had sexual intercourse with her, and then they go on to say RAPE under state law because she was not old enough to consent. Murguia said Mr. Chavez molested her, but never had intercourse with her. The abuse allegations appear to be part of a larger pattern of sexual misconduct by Mr. Chavez, much of which has never been publicly revealed. The Times investigation found that Mr. Chavez also abused many of the women who worked and volunteered in his movement for his own sexual gratification. Dear God. Yeah, what was that dash they did there? I don't get that. What was that about? Lurking snow leopard? I don't know why they didn't just call it. Why'd they have to say, all right, whatever. His most prominent female. Oh, yeah, this is the really, guys, all of this is really dark, but one of the big leaders of this movement, another hero historically, was Dolores Huerta, who was also big in this movement. And that's possible. And she said in an interview that he also sexually assaulted her. Okay. Yeah, me too, Gwen. Okay. A disclosure she has never before made publicly. Guys, this is very, very common. And I am sick of the argument that a lot of people make that say, well, why didn't they come out later? Why didn't they come out later? You know what? Go get sexually assaulted and see if you're, as a woman, and see if you feel comfortable immediately coming out and reporting that. When you live in especially if it's a powerful person, and in our society, we demonize and blame women first. So yeah, I might not want to come out and say it right away either. I also, by the way, a lot of times in these scenarios, we have constructed society in a way where women will oftentimes blame themselves or society will blame the women. So, and if you're afraid of the pushback, this guy was very powerful. Like, okay. Yeah, it's very common for women to wait a long time to tell their stories, or people that are assaulted generally to tell their stories. That it's a normal human thing. It has nothing to do with trying to hide it or cover it up or anything like that. Okay? It's just, it has to do with the trauma. It has to do with social pressures and tons of other things. Anyway. Many of the women stayed silent for decades, both out of shame and a fear of tarnishing the image of a man who has become a face of the Latino civil rights movement, his image on school murals, and his birthday, a state holiday in California. Yeah, yeah, Gwen, like, well, what were you wearing? What were you drinking? Right. Guys, maybe I shouldn't say this, but if there was a woman walking butt naked down the street, okay, walking butt naked down the street, that still wouldn't give anyone the right to touch her or assault her. We know that, right? If she was walking down the street, giving okay. Like it doesn't matter what but we know this. You all know this, right? Obviously, okay? That still doesn't you don't get the right to assault someone. You don't get any of that shit. It's not all right. Anyway, moving on. People tend not to tell that stuff. I know from experience. They do, Sylvie. Yeah, and Sylvie, that's normal. That's natural. It is actually more natural to not talk about that stuff immediately than it is to do it. It's traumatizing. It also takes a lot of energy and effort to have to litigate that and to go through that process. Yeah, in a civil society, even catcalling someone who was naked walking down the street would be inappropriate. But alas, okay. So, by the way, for the men out there, I should also point out that think of what that implies about men, too. It's also implying to say that, well, she should have been dressed differently, or maybe she shouldn't have been drinking, or whatever it was, okay? That also implies, by the way, that men are incapable of controlling themselves. And I know the men in this chat are not monsters. You all know you can control yourselves, right? You're not like these feral beasts. The vast majority of men don't do sexual assault. So when we blame women, it implies that men are somehow uncontrollable, and that if a woman wears the wrong clothing, somehow men are unable or just monstrous beasts that can't control themselves, all right? You see what I mean? It's also offensive to men to say that, so we should not allow that narrative. We should be feminist and stand up for women and say that, no, it doesn't matter. You are responsible for what you do. It's not the woman's fault. Okay. You guys get what I mean. I'm going to ramble here. Huerta specifically said she didn't want to hurt the labor movement by coming out. She's dealt with that on her own for so long because of masses of farm work. Yes. So she was sort of a martyr. You know what I mean? Okay. There you go, Gwen. Me and my shadow self inner child worked through a lot of trauma. I took becoming a witch to acknowledge my pain, but also my power. Yeah, Gwen. And guys, it also happens to men. And mainly it happens to women as far as we know. But, I've told you a story of something that happened to me once. I have other stories too. It is not, it happens to a lot of people. All right. And so it also bothers me when when stories like this come out and people start talking about the women like they were responsible. You have no idea who's around you when you say these things that may have gone through something similar. Okay. Just be aware of that. If you're going to be talking in public about and try to judge the women that are assaulted and you're around other people, you don't know who around you has gone through that same thing. I know that's kind of a small thing, I guess, but all right. It is much more common than you think. Okay. All right. So moving on here, the findings based off interviews, more than 60 people, including his top aides at the time, his relatives and former members of the UFW, which he co-founded with Miss Huerta and Gilbert Padilla. The Times reviewed hundreds of pages of union records, confidential emails, and photographs, as well as hours of audio recordings from the UFW board meetings. Yeah, 1 in 6 girls. Yeah. No. You did good. Yeah, see, yeah, like she shouldn't have had to do that, but I understand why she did. In reference to what, Lacroix, her not saying anything? Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I mean, I'm not blaming her. I'm not blaming her at all. She's one of the victims here. And I don't necessarily believe her when she says it was just to protect the labor movement. I don't. I think it might have been trauma too. And it might be that her, you see what I mean? Like that might be her trying, because it's also humiliating for women to have to admit that this happened to them, especially if you're a woman in power, like Huerta is. So she might be trying to sort of conceal the traumatizing aspect of this partially. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't blame her at all. Okay. The accounts of abuse from Miss Murgoya and Miss Rojas were independently verified through interviews with those they confided in decades ago and in more recent years. Elements of their stories also corroborated in documents, emails, itineraries, and other writings from union-organized supporters of Mr. Chavez and historians, okay? Yeah, it is amazing that she was still able to lead the movement. Absolutely, Gwen, all right? I've heard women before, guys, say, or victims of assault say that one of their biggest fears, one of the reasons, especially if you're in power, you don't want to forever be viewed as that one woman that was assaulted. Okay? Right? You don't want everyone who meets you to think of you as, oh, you're that woman that was assaulted, you're that woman that was taken advantage of, because that, if that's the big story that people know about you, that's what you'll be forever known as. It can be kind of dehumanizing. So I can also understand how, especially for Dolores, if you're in a high up position leading this movement, you don't want everyone to forever know you as that one victim. You see what I mean? Yeah, like Monica Lewinsky. Anyway. All right. She said she has held on to the dark secret for nearly 60 years. One night during the winter of 1966, yep, and Alton Valadaxin, that's an excellent way of phrasing it. You can build 100 bridges, but you can, yeah, okay, I can't say that, but yes. One night during the winter of 1966 in Delano, California, she said Mr. Chavez drove her out to a secluded grape field, graped her inside of a vehicle. Miss Huerta, who was 36 at the time, said she chose not to report the assault to the police because of their hostility towards the movement. Yeah, and she feared. See, here's an issue with the power structure too. How can you trust the police if they're already trying to go after the movement? They will use it as an excuse to crush the whole movement. All right. All right. You're right. I'm sorry, Fetty. You're right. This is supposed to be the Friday fun screen, but Lacroix Bois strong-armed me into doing this. Everyone blame Lacroix Bois for this. I'm just joking, Lacroix Bois. I keep saying I'm going to cover this. All right. Yeah, Gwen. She also feared that no one within the union would believe her. Right. She also that's common to hear too. She also described an earlier encounter in 1960 when she said she felt pressured to have sex with him in a hotel room during a work trip in San Juan Capistrano in Southern California. Gosh, she's 96 years old, guys. Dear God. She's still out there and she's 96 years old. What an amazing, very energetic person. She speaks of the attack in a startlingly matter-of-fact manner. That's a coping mechanism. Okay, okay. She described being stunned by Mr. Chavez's aggression and then numb to it. She framed her silence at the time as not as an absence of pain, but as a kind of strategic necessity, particularly as a woman fighting for respect in a male-dominated world of 1960s union organizing. Yeah. Now her accusation shatters what was a widely celebrated and seemingly egalitarian bond between two of the most influential Hispanic activists in U.S. history. Unfortunately, he used some of his great leadership to abuse women and children. It's really awful. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to stop there. One of these days, I will do... You guys get the idea here. And we're running out of time. That's why I'm stopping here. I'll do a stream sometime about what they did for the labor movement, what they did for the Mexican-American movement, etc. So we understand the significance of this in terms of the labor movement and the left and stuff. So just know that this iconic civil rights labor activist, left-wing activist, Mexican-American activist, it turns out was a sexual abuser. Okay? There you go, Gwen. You're welcome, Gwen, I guess. Power can corrupt people. It can enable some horrible things, okay? Can absolutely enable some horrible things. And obviously, as I've always said, guys, I am class-focused in terms of class struggle, wealthy against the rest of us. That doesn't mean there aren't other forms of oppression and abuse that happen that need to be addressed and dealt with strongly, okay? So the abuse of women, the abuse of anyone can happen between anyone at all times. And by the way, guys, I've said before that even in if you were to have, let's say, a socialist society, you would still have that happening. Okay. So to be clear, some of the problems that we have as humans, not all of them are linked to economics I'll do it a lot later. I'm going to do it a lot later, LaQual, because I don't want to do it around now because of all this, but at some point. Okay. there are some things that aren't linked to, obviously, material conditions. Some people will sometimes do things to each other, okay? Now, sometimes it can be worse because of material conditions, but you see what I mean. We need to battle those demons as well. All right. Yeah, LaCroix said that would be cool. I was literally going to ask you to cover that stuff about migrant labor movement for the holiday. But now the whole thing feels really sour currently. Yeah. So LaCroix, I'm going to wait a bit to talk about that because of everything happening now. But I did want to tell people that this is happening. Okay. All right, you guys. So I'm going to go now. It is 4:50. I'm sorry to end on that sad note. It's Friday. Hey! Friday. Okay. Yay. Everyone be happy, excited. Okay. So we always have to remember this shit. Let's stand up for people abused everywhere. Okay. All right. And what was I going to say here? Be an ally, by the way, to people who have experienced this stuff. All right. Okay. All right. What was I going to say here? Last thing here, guys. When you're a teacher, you are taught to look at to find signs or to see the signs that a child is being abused. Okay. And to be clear, anyone can learn these signs. All right. Anyone can learn these signs. And I'm not talking just physical abuse. I'm talking sexual abuse also. I recommend, if anyone's curious, if you want to be a good ally out there, okay, sometimes you can literally tell that a person is being abused. I'm not joking. Sometimes it's pretty obvious. Does that mean that you should go and ask them, are you being abused? No. But I would recommend you guys look up sometime some of these signs of someone experiencing abuse. So if you know someone that appears to be having some sort of a rough time, you can at least go up to them and say, hey, how are you doing? Is everything okay? Reach out to them. Give them a lifeline, okay? You don't have to directly say it, but at least show them that you can see that there's something going on by asking if they're okay, all right? Sometimes people just need prompting. They're worried that they're going to be a burden if they say anything. So if you just ask, look up the signs, and then just be like, hey, are you okay? You seem kind of down recently. I noticed this or that. All right. So I had to learn these signs when I was a teacher, and a lot of it applies to adults as well. All right. Okay. All right, guys. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? Thank you, everyone, for watching. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. For those that are over on Twitch, I'm going to send you to another creator. But first, let me say my goodbye, guys. First, let me say my goodbye. First of all, guys, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Ukraine, free, God, there's so many countries that need to be freed. Good God. Free Iran. What am I missing? Venezuela. Just free everyone. Can everyone just be free? Dear God. Free everything. Free everyone. Free everything. Whatever. Okay. Jesus, God, this planet. Okay. Protect Cuba. All right. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Sorry, you guys are hearing my voice. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. I am not perfect. I said I make mistakes. I'm just a human being, okay? I know I'm on the other side of a screen, and I guess you could say I'm charismatic, but that doesn't mean I'm like special, okay? Whatever. I'm not trying to self-compliment. I'm just saying, right? Like, anyway. So we're all humans. See what other people are saying. Don't blindly listen to me. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms in this country. If you cannot stand in the center against fascism, if you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. Do not be a slug. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? It's been passed down in my family for many years. And I want you all to remember that our ancestors, there you go. You made mistakes and the mistakes happened. Yeah, okay. Our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things the other day. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, does anyone have a channel that you recommend I send you to? Anyone have a good recommendation here? It looks like most of the people I would normally send you to are not online. Anyone have a good recommendation? I know Anyone know anyone else online right now that I could send you to? I don't want to send you to some rando that is like, I don't know, a Nazi or some shit. Okay. Anyone have any ideas? I could look around for a second. What do we think, guys? What do we think, guys? Do we have any ideas? Anyone have any suggestions? Let me take a look around here. Do not. Any ideas here? Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Let me just take a look here, guys. I have an idea. I'll do this. I'll just find a rant. No one today? That's okay. I have an idea. I'm just going to type in one particular thing, and that should at least give me some ideas of who to send you to. You're going to watch a vid about Scottish Wildcats? That's okay. Is he? Okay. Oh, that's actually a good point. Welcome, Crystal Pistols. Have you been here before, Crystal Pistols? Okay. Is he okay, you know what? We can do that. Sure. Well, I'll do Mercado Media. Is Mercado Media a Army veteran? I cover protest rage. I work on document what's happening around real-time state-sanctioned violence. Okay, excellent. That looks good. I don't know if he's a socialist, but he looks good to me. Not on live, but oh, got you, Crystal. No problem. Well, glad to see you here, Crystal. So I'll send you guys here. He looks like a good one. Let me quickly do this. I am not very good at this. Glad to see you here, Crystal. Okay. So this is raid. You guys know how horrible I am at all this shit. Raid. Raid. What is this? This is Mercado Media. All right. Copy. Create. Yes, boop. You get a boop, Crystal. Boop. 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 Crystal. Crystal, we acknowledge you're a member of the community. You're just not here, but you watch the stuff, so you're a secret member of the community. Okay. Okay, no problem, Crystal. Okay, everyone ready? So let's do the raid, right? All right, guys, join the raid. We're gonna raid Mercado Media, who is a okay. This is a okay. Everyone ready? It looks like he's a lefty. Everyone ready for this? Let's raid. Okay, guys, for those that are still watching, you have a good rest of your day, okay? Whatever it may be. Love you very much.